Rec subcommittee.
Mhm.
Cool. No, it's fine. So that was, so I'm looking forward to working closely with that subcommittee group to make sure we all have a good vision for recreation in Trinity County. I know how important it is to all of you. Lastly, well, not lastly, roads, we're going to continue to work on roads in Trinity County. The RCD is working with us to do maintenance. We did have to haul some of the material from Long Canyon down through the county road in that community. We will be leveraging, I'll be working with Panos to make sure any impacts to the county road from those vehicles is mitigated using our Good Neighbor Agreement. So wanted to make sure people knew that we will get that. It just kind of got a little crumbly on the edges. So we'll see what we'll work with Panos to get that straightened out. And then now finally, lastly, we will be planning our partner appreciation event in April. So we'll get a save the date out to all of you. We had to skip last year because of a lot of uncertainty in the federal workforce. But now we're back on track and we're making good momentum. Our partners, I will tell you, during some of that uncertainty, our partners, if anything, stepped up and were even more helpful and really helped us get some good momentum, get work done that helps reduce the risks and of wildfire to the communities here. So if anything, I'm even more grateful for our partners and looking forward to taking some time to talk about all the great work that's been done. That's what I had for you. Do you guys have any questions for me?
Thank you.
Great update.
Supervisor Cox has a question.
I have a request.
Okay.
When you're planning that partner appreciation, which I just want to say thank you for in advance because that's incredibly, it's just cohesive building. It's just lovely and really appreciated. If there's any way that could be scheduled before April 18th, we would not miss the departure of our CAO. That would be fun.
Absolutely, and I understand the Vets Hall will be less available at the end of April than it would be in the beginning of April. So I think we're looking somewhere early April to make
Nice.
sure the Vets Hall is available.
Nice.
All right, thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Have a great day.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. We will now have a presentation, Health and Human Services, Public Health, to adopt a proclamation recognizing the month of February 2026 as National Children's Dental Health Month.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Kirsten Ford, and here with me is my teammate, Caitlin Noble. We both work in the local oral health program within the Public Health Division of Health and Human Services. Today, we join communities around the nation in recognizing Children's Dental Health Month. Not only is it a time to acknowledge the importance of oral health in children, but it's a time to recognize the local work being done to ensure access to early oral health education and support. We know that good oral health is foundational to children's overall health, and poor oral health, especially untreated tooth decay, can cause pain, infection, difficulty sleeping, trouble eating, and can impact academic success. Unfortunately, tooth decay is currently one of the most common chronic diseases in children. Trinity County's kindergarten oral health assessments historically show that approximately 1 in 4 children will have untreated tooth decay by the age of 5. These findings not only reflect the barriers that many families face in accessing care, but they point to the importance of early prevention and regular dental checkups as well. The Trinity County Local Oral Health Program is committed to improving children's oral health by increasing early education and awareness of preventative care and partnering to expand access to screenings and follow-up services. One strategy I really want to highlight is our Brush in a Box initiative, where we partner with childcare providers to give each child the tools to practice early oral health habits. This project has shown really positive engagement with families around things like fluoride education and even those scary first dental visits. I'm also really proud to announce that this initiative is now reaching over 100 children under the age of 5 throughout Trinity County. Lastly, I just want to take some time to highlight and thank all of our local partners who are committed to improving the oral health of our youngest residents. The Trinity County Office of Education, who helps implement dental screenings in schools, and all of our school districts who provide opportunities for school-based oral health education. First Five Trinity, who ensures that the community has resources to expand access to the 0 to 5 population. Our community trusted dental providers, and the amazing childcare providers across the county who help to reinforce daily hygiene habits. Thank you all for your commitment to the health of children throughout the county, and thank you, board, for helping us celebrate the work being done to improve oral health outcomes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I will bring it back to the board to pass the proclamation.
I have one question.
One second, Liam, let me read it. I'm going to read it in and then we'll go. This is a proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of Trinity County, or of the County of Trinity, recognizing February 2026 as National Children's Dental Health Month. Whereas February is recognized nationally as Children's Dental Health Month, an annual observation dedicated to promoting the importance of good oral hygiene, preventative dental care, and the establishment of healthy habits beginning in early childhood. And whereas good oral health is essential to children's ability to eat, speak, learn, and thrive, while untreated tooth decay can lead to pain, infection, missed school days, and long-term health consequences. And whereas schools, early childhood education programs, healthcare providers, and public health agencies play a vital role in promoting oral health through education, prevention, screening, and timely referrals. And whereas the Trinity County Health and Human Services agencies, through the Trinity County Local Oral Health Program, works to improve oral health outcomes for children and families by supporting preventative focused education, community partnership, and equitable access to oral health resources, with a special emphasis on underserved populations. And whereas collaboration among schools, early childhood programs, healthcare providers, families, and community partners are essential to reducing oral health disparity and ensuring lifelong oral health for children. Now, therefore, let it be proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Trinity hereby proclaim the month of February 2026 as National Children's Dental Health Month in Trinity County, and encourages schools, early childhood education programs, medical providers, and community partners to promote oral health and education, preventative services, and regular dental visits for children. And be it further proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors recognizes and commends the Trinity County Local Oral Health Program and its partners for their commitment to advancing oral health equity and improving the health and well-being of children and families throughout Trinity County. This is duly passed and adopted on the third day of February 2026 by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Trinity.
So moved.
So moved?
I was
So moved.
All those?
Just to clarify, I have a motion from Supervisor Cox and a second from Supervisor Lutwiler.
Okay.
Supervisor Lutwiler?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Brownfield?
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris?
Aye. Do we have any comments that we'd like to make, Liam?
Sorry for interrupting you.
It's fine. Supervisor Gogan, I should say.
I had one question. You said that 1 in 4 kids will have tooth decay by the age of 5 in Trinity County. What's the California or national average, if you know?
Not on the top of my head, but I can give it to you for sure.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you for your work. And I also just want to highlight, it just touched my heart when you called them our youngest residents. That's what they are. I think we think of them as the children of our residents, but they themselves are our residents, and you provide for them and care for them, and concerned not just with the outcomes, but the education that can lead to their own responsibilities and those outcomes. So thank you. Thank you.
We will take a photo now.
Pictures.
you so much. Thank you. Taking care of the littles. They're most important. Thank you. See you later. At least it's not candy.
Sugar-free, likely.
We will now hear public comment. This time is for information from the public on matters not appearing on this agenda or within the consent calendar. All comments are limited to 3 minutes and must pertain to matters within the jurisdiction of this board. When addressing the board, please state your name for the record and address the board as a whole through the chair. No action or discussion will be conducted on matters not listed on the agenda. However, the chair may refer the subject matter to the appropriate department to follow up or schedule a matter on a subsequent agenda. We will now hear public comment. Is there any public comment in the room? Any public comment in the room? Seeing none? Any public comment online?
Lit from within.
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. Vidette Vanderweide, Lewiston. I'm here today to offer an informational public comment regarding a wireless telecommunications facility project planning project P2414, currently under review by the Planning Commission for proposed installation in Hayfork. My purpose for this comment is to ensure the board is aware of land use and process concerns that will ultimately come before you for final decision. This is not a technology debate. It is a land use and long-term planning issue. Wireless facilities are not one-time installations. They introduce ongoing operational impacts, emergency lighting and maintenance events, access and erosion concerns, future co-location expansion potential, and cumulative effects that compound over time. These are land-based impacts that directly affect rural communities, including ours, residential uses, agricultural operations, and environmental conditions. As someone whose family lives adjacent to an existing facility in Lewiston, I want to be clear that these impacts are not theoretical. We have documented recurring operational nuisance conditions, including emergency lighting events that illuminate neighboring homes at night, agricultural fields, livestock, and the surrounding valley for extended periods. These impacts stem from deficiencies in earlier permitting and insufficient mitigation, and they continue. This brings me to 2 specific requests I want to place on the board's radar. First, prior to any approval of this project, whether at the Planning Commission level or ultimately before this board, I respectfully request that the county clearly identify in public session the specific Trinity County ordinance sections that authorize this use in the proposed zoning district, state the required findings for approval, and explain how the evidence in the record supports those findings. This clarity is essential for transparency, public trust, and legally defensible decision-making. Second, I formally request that this project be continued until outstanding issues are addressed. Ongoing operational impacts from existing facilities have not been fully mitigated, and the record remains incomplete. Specifically regarding ordinance authority, cumulative impact analysis, evaluation of alternatives, or least impact siting, and a clearly articulated CEQA pathway. Finally, I respectfully request that the board consider agendizing the opportunity for an educational presentation by a group of informed residents and contributors. This educational series would address the full range of impacts wireless facilities bring to rural counties, particularly land use compatibility, environmental and agricultural impacts, operational nuisances, and cumulative effects. So future decisions are made with comprehensive information moving forward. This goal is informed, transparent governance that protects Trinity County's land, communities, and future. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments online?
Ben Kellogg.
Hello, yes. I don't,
No, you can't raise your hand.
I can't raise my hand. I don't know how to get back onto this. What is this thing here? Oh, there we go. Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes, one moment. We had called Ben Kellogg, but perhaps we can allow.
I'm unable to raise. I'm unable to raise my hand, so I'm sorry about that confusion.
Okay, one moment.
Miss Holly Cat.
Okay. Holly
Yeah.
Cat, is that your name?
Yes.
Okay, all right. We'll allow you to go forward due to technical difficulties. So please, you have 3 minutes to speak your public comment.
Okay. Good morning, honorable supervisors. Hello, residents and our Trinity County community. My name is Holly Cat from Hayfork. I speak today with hope, not division. We all want safe homes, healthy families, protected land, and reliable technology. Technology we can use every day. We can work together, draw on our shared humanity, and find solutions. We can't stop progress, but we can make it safer for everyone. That's my ask, collaboration. So this technology works for us, not against us. The FCC's RF limits are from 1996, based only on short-term heating, not long-term harm. In 2021, a federal court ruled in Environmental Health Trust versus FCC that keeping those limits was arbitrary and capricious. It ordered the FCC to explain protections for children, non-cancer effects, long-term 5G exposure, and environmental impacts. Over 4 years later, they still have not complied. Yet they're fast-tracking new towers, automatic approvals, limited local control, preempting setbacks and testing. As Theodora Scarota points out, it's unreasonable to raise exposure while ignoring this court order. Studies like the National Toxicology Program and the Ramazzini Institute show clear tumor evidence at FCC compliant levels. Denser networks mean higher exposures near homes, schools, and nature without long-term safety data. Solutions do exist, require industry to compete on safety with lower radiation tech and fiber options, reduce exposure rather than expand untested infrastructure, adopt science-based protections like many countries do. I urge the board to demand FCC compliance with the 2021 order before approvals, use local tools, setbacks, aesthetics, environmental reviews, consider a moratorium or more independent testing until safety gaps are resolved. Our duty is to serve Trinity County and care about our community. Thank you truly from the bottom of my heart for listening today. I really look forward to us all working together to make this technology safe and healthy for everyone. Thank you again, and God bless America.
Thank you. Next.
Ben Kellogg.
Good morning, Chair and staff and our CAO. Ben Kellogg, Weaverville. So there seems to be a lack of expediency when it comes to keeping up with our public safety radio system. This issue didn't start yesterday. This is decades in the making, as Sheriff Saxon stated in the last Board of Supervisor meeting. Why are we now doing studies on our radio system that's been broken for a while? It appears because its brokenness has come out into the open. We have had gaps in repeater coverage for a long time. Again, Trinity County is behind the 8 ball and behind our neighboring partner counties in regards to this issue. At the last meeting, Sheriff Saxon stated in part, regarding the issue in Lewiston, there are no uncovered 911 calls. We will page out the fire department. We don't move on to the next call. We will continue to make contact, even if it's going down the phone tree. We don't move on and forget calls. It'll take a little bit, but we'll make the contacts. Well, that's great in theoretical sense. That's great in a tabletop exercise. But if you have a 911 call that's come in, someone in cardiac arrest, seconds count. 5 minutes and your brain starts dying if there's no oxygen implemented. So while our dispatchers are going down the phone tree trying to get a hold of someone at Lewiston Fire, this person is dying. And they will probably die because of it. the mortality rate for cardiac arrest is 90%. So any seconds do count. When I say that Trinity County is behind the 8 ball, and I really do mean it, because looking at former Congressperson Lamalfa's website under projects that he's received for funding requests, there are several from our neighboring agencies when it comes to increasing and upgrading the public safety systems, whether it's the city of Yuba, Modoc County Sheriff's Office, Tehama County Sheriff's Office, County of Butte. Over the last couple of years, these major projects are on our congresspersons or former congresspersons' radar. We are not on there. We are just now studying this issue. This is horrible. While the County of Trinity has been cracking down on cannabis laws, we should have had our staff working on our public safety system, which has been broken again for a while. Can we please get on board and everyone on the same page and fix this issue before someone dies? Thank you.
I'd just like to make a comment that perhaps looking at Jared Huffman's website would be more beneficial, as he is our current congressman. Next.
I have one statement to make about that. It seemed as if you were looking for more public safety, but then you went into if someone had cardiac arrest, the sheriff's.
Point of order is the Board of Supervisors supposed to be making comment off of public comment? I thought that was, there wasn't.
Okay, you're good, Ben. Have a good
you.
day. Thank you. Sorry, my fault.
Move to the next commenter, please.
Lena?
Hello.
Hello.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me well?
Yes, please proceed.
Good morning. I'm Lena and I am from Hayfork. I'm here to address the proposed Project P2414, the 5G tower in Hayfork, California. The whole thing is we are frequently cautioned to follow the science, yet we must distinguish between the industry-sponsored propaganda and the independent research. We've seen this script before with the tobacco industry. The companies pay for the studies that say everything is fine, while the independent researchers find the truth. I'm asking you today, please don't be skeptical of us, your neighbors. Be skeptical of the billion-dollar industry funding this narrative. The rules of the FCC force on us were written in 1996. In 1996, we barely had flip-flops in 1996. Those rules were never meant for the 24/7 high-exposure 5G towers in our backyards. The government admits there was a limit where the radiation becomes harmful, but yet they haven't updated in 30 years. The FCC isn't coming to Hayfork to measure the radiation in our bedrooms. The responsibility falls on you through the zoning you choose to enforce in 2050 plan. The non-health issues regarding this are Hayfork is in a very high fire hazard severity zone. It's online, it's on CAL FIRE websites, it's all over the place. We cannot allow this industrial ignition sources like 30 kilowatts diesel generator near our houses. Also, the appraisal journal confirms that these towers can slash property values by 20 to 21% because nobody wants to live near them. You are being asked to preside over the destruction of our community values and safety to benefit $1 million corporation is the bottom line. Most troubling fact that is that the towers proposed for a public water treatment site. This is a public land founded by taxpayers to serve the people, which is us, not to act as a profit for Verizon Center. I have to ask the board, how much money is our health actually worth to you? How are they allowed to use public land for this to lease payment worth the fire risk to our families? Is it worth the 20% drop in the property values? We are essentially selling our community safety to the highest bidder, and that is a betrayal of the public trust. Right now, the federal government is trying to strip away your power to say no and turn you into a rubber stamp. But you were not elected by the FCC or the Verizon, you were elected by us. And I'm asking you to use the 2050 general plan to protect our families. Say no to this tower, close these loopholes until you can prove that our safety, our health, financial are worth more than a leasing check. Please put us, your community first. Thank you.
Any further comments online?
I show no other raised hands.
Thank you. We will now close public comment.
It's okay.
We will now receive reports and announcements from our department heads. Do we have any department heads in the room?
Oh, I'm calling, like, how do I say I want to talk? Hello?
You're on there.
Please mute your over. We're good to go. Okay. Good morning, Sheriff Saxon.
Good morning. That was it on public comment?
Yes. we
Okay.
closed the-
Good morning, Chair, Board. February already. Things are moving along quickly. Quick report on the radio site survey. As I have previously reported, due to being able to get the funding for the emergency communication system previously, that's a special fund that was created due to the funding from the state. $180,000 went specifically into an account that is only going to be expended on the emergency communication system. Therefore, we will have complete transparency into where every dollar is going to be spent only for that purpose. Initially, what we did is we contracted with Day Wireless Systems to complete a survey of all of our mountaintop repeaters. That was completed with the exception of Ironside repeater site. They were unable to do that due to environmental and weather-related debris that was on the roadway going up to that site, so they could not do that at this time. It is scheduled in the future when they can get up to that location. We did receive the report for every one of the other locations. It was a very complete report, identified what equipment was at each of those locations, the condition of that equipment, and suggested repairs that needed to be completed at every one of those locations. My team sat down, went over that report along with the CAO. We did a triage of the recommendations, primarily based it upon the largest repeater sites that got the most traffic and taken into consideration the emergency responders that primarily use those repeater sites. Focused again on the location that had the most troubles, being the Lewiston Volunteer Fire Department. So we completed that evaluation and contacted Day Wireless and asked them, based upon that triage report and the priorities that we determined to be most important, to get back to us on the repair list, the equipment, and cost, which would include the labor. They're currently working on that. The contact was made last Thursday. They are going to be working on that as quickly as they can and get back to us. Depending on what that cost might be, and based upon the suggestions and the emergency response needs, we may or may not be coming back to the board for additional funding because this is a high priority. As one of the callers did point out, it's something that is decades in the making. Way before my administration, these were issues that were raised. And in the last 8 to 10 months, I have been pushing this issue to the county. The county has moved forward, and Senator McGuire did push into the budget. This additional funding it was also pushed forward from the fire departments. And that's why we got this money to move forward. And previously, we had not had this support from our government agencies. So that is something that the caller did point out, is that we need to get additional support. And we're moving in that direction. I think Trinity County, and I'm just going to throw this out as my opinion, did kick this can down the road because of the cost involved in it. There were other priorities. And I think now we realize we can no longer do this. We are taking steps, very, very aggressive steps to deal with this. And I, for one, am very thankful. My department is very thankful. And all of the emergency responders, including our ambulance services, are very, very grateful that we're moving forward on this. We can't afford to wait on it. So we expect to get that initial survey back from Day Wireless in the near future. They said that they're going to work on it very, very quickly. The initial repairs, I think, can be conducted very quickly. They are primarily focused on outside antennas, cabling, and grounding work, which are things that can be done, I won't say easily, but quickly. And three major sites that we're looking at first would be Oregon Mountain, Hayfork, and Carville. So that's what we're focusing on, and those will be the minor repairs. In the future, we'll be prioritizing replacing aging equipment. Some of that equipment is anywhere from 20 to 25 years old. It's base stations, it's repeater systems. The equipment is out of date, no longer currently being manufactured, and there's no longer any parts for repairing it. So these are things that we are looking forward on. That concludes that. Any questions?
Tim, I have just one question, not related to this, but thank you for that. A month or three ago, we received a grant to get some license plate readers. I think it was 9, something like that, 9 or 8, was it?
8 license plate readers through a grant.
Yeah. And then you spoke about that day, and I might get this wrong too, but you had 6 of them on Highway 299 and a couple of them on Highway 36, but nothing on Highway 3. How did you decide how to spread those? And, we got 299 bisects the county for a long way, 3 also very long way, 36 very short, in miles, part of Trinity County. Why do we have the cameras? Or are you thinking of putting the cameras on 36 and not anywhere on Highway 3?
Those decisions were based upon average daily traffic and looking at what my team looked at as far as where the movement of traffic going from Highway 101 down into the valley.
Is that beneficial to Trinity County?
Well, in my opinion, it is.
Would 3 not be somewhat more beneficial though?
Traffic on 3 is going north and south, and it has to come from either 36 or 299, either to or from.
Or 5?
Well, that's going to hit either 299 or 3.
Right.
I mean, 36 rather.
Okay, just something that's been asked me several times. I wasn't sure how you came to the conclusion on where you put those readers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Cox?
Thank you. Back to the communication system, and thank you for your work. I would just request that when you get your estimate back from Day Wireless and you kind of know what percentage of the available funding those initial repairs are going to eat up, could you let us know? Because I've reached out to Congressman Huffman and Senator McGuire and asked for additional funding. And I think it'd be helpful if I just had follow-up information to provide to kind of help them track, here's what we spent and, more is needed. Having that
Absolutely.
information in real time would be great.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions from board members? Seeing none, thank you. Oh, did you have,
I just didn't know if he had others he was going to cover.
were you complete in your report at this time?
Well, I could go on for hours, but I think that's about
Well, we
all.
appreciate that.
All
So
right,
thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Are there any further department heads in the room? Seeing none, any online?
I show none.
I would just like to take this moment to remind the public that department head reports are often sent to the board, and then you can also find all of them on each department's website. So just as a reminder that although they may be absent in this room, those department head reports are available and ready for your observation. We will now hear a report out from the county administrative officer.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of quick items. So there's been plenty of discussion among the county-focused organizations about the January state budget release. The general consensus is there's some significant changes that are going to happen and need to happen between now and the May revise when that's released. So staff is going to stay engaged with our counterparts in other counties and at the state organizations as needed, and we will bring forth either support or opposition letters to the board, as needed as we start to hear about the specifics that are being developed for that May revise. We had some discussions with Trindell on our insurance premiums for fiscal year 26-27, and they're not increasing as much as they did last year, which is good news. However, in 27-28, we're more than likely going to see another fairly sizable increase because our, some of the large settlements that are in the process of getting finalized now will have then hit the insurance carriers, and we will see adjustments from that. We're also able to make some adjustments to our general liability category to ensure the amount we're paying into is commensurate with the number of claims that we are seeing to make sure that we're not creating a long-term deficit for us. So I feel good about where we're at with the current state of our insurance premiums. And then there's a few other items on the agenda today that I'll discuss. That's all I've got.
Thank you. We will now hear report outs from the members of the Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Gogan.
Good morning. My report out is 10 days ago, I was out in Hayfork on the point in time homeless count. It was myself from the Hayfork Volunteer Fire Department, Leroy Warshar, Sherry White from HRN, and Desiree. And we went out, looked at as many homeless people as we could find there, and we gave them some food and sleeping bags and talked to them and counted them. There's a report that they asked, questions that they asked these folks. And it worked out pretty well, although, I will say that in doing this is my first time actually being on hand doing it. There was obviously, probably 30, 40, 50 more people that are definitely homeless in Hayfork, but were staying on private property, whether it was abandoned private property, which most of it was. Because they're on private property, they were not being able to be counted in the homeless count, which is somewhat flawed because they were certainly homeless people. So I just wanted to tell Sherry and Desiree, who's out there, great job. They did a wonderful job. We actually gave out Narcan on that day, and later that evening, Leroy from the Hayfork Volunteer Fire Department got a call out for an overdose, and he responded, and they actually had used the Narcan that we gave out to save a life. So that was a good thing. I would like to change that a little bit. I know I don't have control of that, but if you really want an accurate count, that the way to count those things need to be changed a little bit. We went to Hayfork. I know there's 100 people over there that are homeless, and we legitimately got to talk to, I think, 6 and fill out the application or the questionnaire, and which is 6 times more than they did the following year when they got 1 in all of Hayfork. So, if they could, and I'm sure the state could probably change that up a little bit, make it more a little bit inclusive instead of exclusive, that would be great. But I'm glad we got it done. And, myself and Leroy have been out working on these homeless encampments for quite a while, since a couple of weeks before Christmas, we went out there. And what I'm going to say is going to kind of lead into what's going to go on this Saturday. But we went in there, we contacted a bunch of the homeless people in Hayfork. We went back, I got a bunch of chickens donated for Christmas Eve. Wiley's Market in Hayfork cooked them for us. And we got a bunch of baked potatoes. We took them out to the homeless. We asked them that they needed to move along, that they can no longer stay in these places. So after doing that, we went back just after the first of the year. And also, when we went and contacted the people, we gave them industrial size 55-gallon construction bags to put their garbage in, which surprisingly enough, they did a really good job of. We asked them to separate certain type of metals. They did. And when we went back on the homeless point in time count a week ago, they were all gone. So it turned out to be an effective way to get rid of some, not all. So I think we did a good job out there. I want to thank Leroy. Was a big help in that. So after giving out all those bags, and they did load them, and there's a lot of them. This Saturday, if anybody wants to volunteer to go and now pick up these bags and take them to the dumps with us, that would be great. If you could look on my account on Facebook or the Hayforkers, you can write your name down there, your number, and your license plate number of the vehicle that you're going to be using. We'll be meeting at noon Saturday at the fairgrounds in Hayfork and going out to the few spots that need the bags and the other trash picked up from there. But mostly it's not on the ground, it's in bags or separated metal. So it should be fairly easy. We got some front end loaders out there. So I think this will work out pretty well. The following day, I went to the Hmong celebration, which every 4 years they have a change in leadership, especially in the New Year's celebration and who puts it on and who's in charge there. They went through that change a week or so ago, and they have a new kind of leadership in the Hmong community in Hayfork. And I think they will do well there also. And I just wanted to say it's not my district, but Blong has been doing a great job at the Post Mountain Volunteer Fire Department up there. He's come much further than I thought, and I did not give him enough credit early. That is all I have.
Thank you. Thank you for the work on the ground. Supervisor
all right.
Weiler?
Yes, regarding the CSAC New Supervisor Institute, this is a set of educational workshops that are put on for new supervisors once elected, help them prepare for their role. It begins in November and then carries in through the first year in their position. And I was asked and have accepted the invitation to join a new Supervisors Institute advisory group. We're going to meet a couple of different times in person and then several times virtually to basically modernize the curriculum. So I'll be in Sacramento a couple of times, the rest via virtual meetings, but I'm really excited to participate. I think it was a great experience for Supervisor Carpenter Harris and I when we came in, and I'm thrilled that they're also looking for ways that they can improve it because I think there will be ways, and I'm glad they're investing in that. The Cannabis Tax Ad Hoc Committee, We completed, I met with this group to complete the research. We documented the input and findings, formulated a recommendation. All of that is part of today's agenda, and I'll give a little bit more detail both in the ad hoc committee update as well as when we introduce that item. The Tourism Funding Ad Hoc Committee, we met virtually to develop a timeline that supports our plans for the quarterly authorization of funds. We had approved funding distribution to most of the parties, but the Trinity Chamber, which received the majority of the funds, their funds were to be developed or distributed, on a quarterly basis. And we have approved their initial distribution of funds, but there will still be a meeting in the first quarter to review the results of efforts and the plans for upcoming quarters, and we're working to schedule that now. I also met with representatives of their Trinity Chamber Marketing Committee to review that timeline and answer questions about county expectations. So as they prepare these reports that show what have they accomplished and what are they planning to do, they understand kind of what this committee is looking for as the entity that authorizes the additional distribution of funds. On the Tourism Development Committee, I've been in touch with Civitas Advisors, which is the consulting group we contracted with to work on the introduction of a new tourism business investment district. And people have heard before, but we put that on hold last year. We were hearing both that it was happening at a poor time because of the busy season, and also we had some transitional items that we wanted to let happen. That has all taken place. So Civitas now has agreed to modify their agreement with us so that we can access those funds and get their assistance without using it all up in a month, even though we needed just a small amount of support from them. So it's going to allow us a lot more flexibility as we use that last chunk of money that we have. And so we're going to make one more push, if you will, to see if we can garner enough support from the businesses involved in short-term lodging to introduce this. For those that aren't familiar, it would add an assessment on top of the TOT. So they would basically charge their guests a little bit more, collect that money. It would all come back to a nonprofit, and that nonprofit would be directed by that group and a board they establish to put that money to use solely for the promotion of tourism. So it doesn't come into the county. Doesn't become a general fund that we have a say on. It's money that specifically would be used to promote tourism. And it would, to me, would be a huge benefit to both the lodging businesses, but also all the other businesses that rely on tourism. I would ask that all supervisors ensure that their appointees to that committee are prepared to support this initiative this year. We had one that dropped out last year and was never replaced. We had some that were involved, but not actively. And what we're really going to be focusing on in this next quarter or two is outreach to these entities, because we need to know, do they support it? Do they want to see changes? If there were changes, would they then support it? And basically, if we can get enough support, then we'll bring it back to the board to try to move forward. If we determine that there just isn't enough support, then we'll say we tried and we failed.
Okay, fair enough.
Thanks.
I have one quick question, Rick, if I may.
Yeah.
So on the onboarding, I guess speaking for myself and Jill, we did not have any onboarding back then 5 years ago. And you said the dates were somewhere in November through a portion of their first year of their term. Is my suggestion would be that when myself and Jill won, we had 9 months. We won in March, I think, and we took over in January. I think that there's a flaw to that. You're knowing that sitting up here, I have lost, and waiting out there with nobody giving, saying anything to you basically till day one. It's a long time, it's a long time for the lame duck, we'll say, to wait around up here, knowing that you're done, you've lost. And it's also a long time for incoming supervisors, myself, Jill at the time, Supervisor Cox to wait, 9 months to actually be a supervisor. So perhaps, if that could be expanded a little bit for the off kind of term. I know your cycle is right or shorter. Cause that time in there, and it's almost more helpful for the person sitting up here that knows they're the loser, than the person that comes in, you're waiting out there 9 months knowing you're the winner. I think there'd be benefits to, onboarding them or offboarding them, in those years for our two supervisors here to, do a better job getting into office and also maybe exiting their office.
Okay,
Just my
Chair, you want me
comment.
to quickly? So first I'll distinguish between onboarding and the new Supervisor Institute. So from an onboarding standpoint, I actually feel like right now, Trinity County has a best-in-class onboarding program. It's nothing that any of us experienced, but it's in place now. And it's in place because we had a lot of discussions after our onboarding. And it does pick up, basically, if the election happens in June and it's finalized in June, because it is possible that there has to be a runoff and it doesn't get decided until November. But even if it happens in June, now we have an onboarding plan that says, well, if I've just won, don't leave me wondering for 6 months, what's next? And so now there's a very robust plan that says this many days before they take office, reach out about this, and this many days, reach out about this, and so forth. So that a new supervisor coming in will have a much better sense of what to expect, when to expect it. And then that new supervisor in November will go to the new Supervisor Institute where they start to get trained. So two slightly different things. One of the things that happened with me, I know when I was coming in was, and it's a weird thing, but as soon as you're elected, you are subject to the Brown Act. And so even though you're not in office, even though you can't participate in the meetings, you're still subject to the Brown Act. And it came up for me because I was participating in the placemaking action plan meetings. And it turned out that there were two supervisors involved in that. And so I was a third, and that was a problem. I didn't know. So now we're talking about, okay, as soon as you're elected, you need to know that, and you need to get some Brown Act training. And so that's how we kind of looked at that. I really do, I just talked to Mary Rist about it the other day. She helped kind of champion that with HR when we were debating about things that could be improved. And I think now, again, we're in great shape there. And then this institute really can't start until November because there are some supervisors that don't know until November. In fact, when Supervisor Carpenter Harris and I went through it, there were people there that they were there hoping that the final results were in their favor because it hadn't been confirmed yet. And so it's interesting timing. And then I think you were talking about the offboarding, but somebody else will have to weigh in. I don't think there's anything we can do about offboarding. Your term starts on January 1st or the first meeting after the year. So there's not much we can do about that, but we can at least have a better transfer of knowledge in and handing off that is more effective.
Yeah, I agree. I'm almost positive you can't do much to help offboard, but having a lame dunk for 9 months is tough sometimes.
Well, it's only 6. Elections in June.
Ours is in March, wasn't it? Ours is in March.
If it aligns with the.
So we went from March till.
Yeah.
So you're sitting out there for 9 months, which is odd that you have the Brown Act imposed on you already because you can't do anything.
No.
And no one's really, giving you any information from the board because they can't either. So, you're kind of hanging out there for 9 months, which is a long time to wait to become a board member after you've done all your campaigning a year ago. And then, I've also found it, in some of the elections here that knowing that I lost and I'm done, for 9 months is probably, there's probably a better way of going about it. It just seems that I think that, It's a long time. Almost a year is a long time. I know that you're sitting up here and you are a loser.
Are you complete?
Good.
Okay. We will now hear a report out from Supervisor Cox.
Uh, Excuse me, directly after the last board meeting, I left for Sacramento, where I attended the RCRC meeting. Our guest speaker was the Secretary of the California Department of Food and Agriculture, Karen Ross. She was lovely. She has had an impressive career supported by her farm-based background. She talked about the unique and bountiful and diverse quality of the product that we produce in California. I think here, at least from my perspective, we don't see enough of that. And so when you are exposed to more of it, you become very proud of what this state produces and the number of people that we feed. She touched on the opportunities of farm to school with an emphasis on food as medicine. She did talk about diminished trade, particularly with China. We still have some product going there, but not as much previous volumes of almonds and walnuts, wine, and citrus. She talked about healthcare providers and systems increasingly are paying attention to the quality of our food. She noted that the income that has directly supported our fairgrounds is diminishing, and there was some good conversation among other supervisors who are experiencing the same thing we are with our grounds that are suffering from deferred maintenance that we don't have resources to pay for. She appreciates that our fairs should be a continuation of our community events. And so the conversation around that was impressive and good. There was a lot more discussion with supervisors from other counties who are more directly impacted in the agriculture arena, but it was nice for her to join us, and she certainly was receptive toward needs. We did hear ad hoc committee updates. There were final reports from our ad hoc on the carrier of last resort and also on the Williamson Act ad hoc. If those are things that are of interest to you, you certainly can reach out and I can provide that information. We had state and federal legislative updates, and then we have continuing in new ad hocs. I continue to serve on the recruitment and retention ad hoc, which is a 2-year project. So at this time, the survey that I had described to you before is now out to our member county CAOs, HR, and I believe sheriff. So if any of you are not in receipt of those, let me know. I can make sure that that happens, and your responses to those are very much appreciated, and the data will be interesting. I spent a full day. Oh, I'm sorry. I just needed to finish that. I stayed an extra day because in the evening, once a year, there is a reception honoring the installation of new officers. And so kind of skipped that last year because I wanted to come home, honestly. But it's really important. It's important to stay and honor and reflect on the work that people do. So I was delighted to be there and engage with those folks. I did spend a full day touring the roads in District 5, so I have a picture in my mind and on my phone of some of the things that Supervisor Brownfield is describing and can engage in those conversations. I have no other out-of-county travel to report. On Thursday, I'll be in Anderson at the logging conference in the morning, and then on Friday, I will spend the day with Chair Carpenter Harris as we engage with District Ranger Jones, Supervisor Berkey, and join them in welcoming and hearing from Chief Schultz as we look at the Bowerman Fuels Reduction Project, and then we will make our way over to a landing zone in Lewiston. So a good morning there. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you. Supervisor Brownfield.
Good morning. So I went to our annual fair meeting. Jenny Millsap is my appointee at the fair. Really great conversations. As normal, they are a little short of financing, but they are making do with what they have. And they've been working with the county, and the county's doing a beautiful job at helping them with funding. So I'm happy about that. The fair will go on as normal, and they are a wonderful crew. Boy, they're on everything, very efficient. And, but they were looking for some help maybe in some maintenance, ground maintenance, and some equipment maintenance. So maybe we can work on helping them do that. Just very impressive crew. And it's very important to Trinity County. The fair is near and dear to my heart with ag. So really happy with the way that they're progressing. I went to a seed exchange at Ruth Church in Ruth, and Tanya Heaton put that on, and it's a really great event for our neighboring people to sow some seeds and to trade some seeds and to do a lot of gardening. We are upping our gardening in 5th District. It's amazing the support we're getting for growing our own food and transporting it. So I think that's going to be the future of District 5 in a way, much more food emphasis. And so we're really, really, really excited about that. That's an annual event, so I will be putting that out every year for people to go to. I have a meeting coming up with the Southern Trinity Volunteer Fire Department. I look forward to talking to them on their visions and what they're working on. Our volunteer fire departments are like no other in the world. They are amazing, and we rely on them really heavily. And so I want to thank them for all their service. Let's see, what else? Have some director meetings coming up, and those will be interesting. And thank you, Jill, and everybody for coming up to look at our roads. I really appreciate the effort, and together we'll get it done. Have a great, yeah. That's it. No out of county.
One question, if I could. I'm not sure what you mean by director meetings.
No, I'm just meeting with
Our department
CAO
heads.
and department heads.
Okay,
That's-
sorry.
That's what I meant. Sorry.
Understood, thank
Yeah.
you.
Yep, just trying to touch base a little bit.
Thank you. I'll report out that I had a meeting with the Sanungwe tribe and the Western, it's Willow Creek, and then comes into up to Burnt Ranch, I believe, Fire Safe Council. They're working on an additional grant from PG&E to do a significant amount of fuels reduction cleaning in Western County and Eastern Humboldt, where the counties meet. And I just can't express my gratitude enough, really, after living what all of us have lived through, kind of, years and years and years of catastrophic wildfire and how it impacts us into the long term. That this much fuels reduction is hitting the ground, and that we've been able to, whether it's the crews we're familiar with the RCD or the Watershed Council, and then other businesses. I believe Jones Family Tree Service in Western County has gotten a lot of the work through some of these grants that have come through, and just applying that work to the ground and seeing it finished, clearing, piling, burning. And just to watch that clean up our landscape and protect our communities is really just been something really interesting and kind of exciting to watch. This week I spent some time working on some additional press releases that will be coming out on some of the work that the Board of Supervisors is doing. And as Supervisor Cox mentioned, I will be joining on the tour with the Chief of the U.S. Forest Service, looking at some spaces here in Trinity. And I also want to state that I made my submission for a hopeful resolution with the Public Lands Council with NACO, and I'll be on a meeting with them on Thursday to hopefully get that resolution in that system, so that we can engage the strength of NACO in working on funding for our county roads. So that is all I have, and we will now move on to our ad hocs. I do believe Supervisor Lutweiler spoke briefly about tourism. Do you want to reintroduce information?
Just a couple of things. So one, I guess I did mention we authorized distribution of funds to all the entities, including the first payment to the Trinity County Chamber of Commerce, so that group will receive $7,500 for the first quarter. The additional funds will come after future meetings. We finalized the agreement with 26 Digital, which is the organization we had approved contracting with. They will be providing sessions that will help the Trinity Chamber implement their digital strategy for the county using these funds and other funds that they have. And so one thing I would just want to point out, those will be available for other people to observe, but it will be a listening mode because the focus of these is to help the Trinity Chamber. We will, though, have recordings of those, and those will be available afterwards. So if somebody wanted to better understand how the Trinity Chamber is being coached and supported, if you will, on how to best support Trinity County's tourism, that information will be available. And then we are still working to schedule that first quarterly meeting. And again, that's an opportunity where the chamber will present the findings, the results. They'll show what their plans are going forward. There will be an opportunity for people to have input into that. So if they feel like there's something that's missing or could be done differently or better, they will have that chance. And then the committee will have the ability to either ask for changes or go ahead and approve additional round of funding. That's it for that one.
Thank you. And then do you have a report out for the cannabis tax, or will that be done through the agendized item?
Just a little bit here. So as noted, the committee's recommendation and all the supporting materials are in the backup materials for today's agenda. So just so we're clear, they include summaries of public input from our 2 meetings, the content of all the emails that we received via the cannabis tax input at trinitycounty.org email address, some financial analysis, and additional supporting materials. So we tried to be very comprehensive about the information that we were sharing, both that helped inform the decision and perhaps explain why recommendation was made. And unless the board determines after today's session that additional support is needed, then this committee can be dissolved after our vote today.
Okay, that was a question. Great, thank you. All report outs are complete. We will now move into the consent calendar. These items include routine, non-controversial matters and will be acted upon by the board by one roll call motion. If a member of the public has any questions or comments on an item on the consent calendar, they may provide them now. A member of the board or staff may request an item to be pulled and considered separately. Do we have any public comment in the room on the consent calendar? Seeing none, do we have any public comment online?
I show no raised hands.
Oh,
Thank you.
oh, looks like the wind was slow to get up.
Thank you, Chair. I actually have just a quick question. So I don't have a question on the consent calendar, but on calendar matters. Is now an appropriate time or wait till after the consent?
On calendar matters in terms of.
Or county matters?
Oh, that will come with each item.
Thank you.
You'll have an opportunity with each item to speak. Thank you. We will now close public comment on consent. Any comments from the board? I will take a motion at this time.
Move to approve all items. Second.
Supervisor Cox is moved to approve. Supervisor Brownfield seconds.
Any comment?
One comment.
I didn't need to pull it for discussion, but just wanted to make a note. So the item D2, where we are changing my role as primary for SCED, which is the Economic Development Board. I've been happy to be a part of that for 3 years. I would have liked to have been a part of it again. Unfortunately, every single meeting is scheduled in conflict with the CSAC board. So I have told them that, it's better to have somebody there than me miss every single time. And I also reached out to them to say, next year you might want to consult the CSAC plans because all counties send someone there. It should be pretty easy to plan 4 meetings around their 4 meetings. But I appreciate Supervisor Brownfield stepping up.
Thank you. We will now hear the vote.
Supervisor Brownfield,
Aye.
Supervisor Cox,
Aye.
Supervisor Lutweiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Chairman Carpenter Harris.
Aye. Before we enter into county matters, we will take a 10-minute break and return back at 10:33. Ready? We will now reconvene the Trinity County Board of Supervisors meeting, and we will start with county matters. These items include non-routine or controversial matters that are listed alphabetically by department. A member of the board, staff, or public may request that an item be heard out of order. I've had no requests to hear an item out of order, so we will move forward with item E1. Agriculture, introduce and waive the reading of an ordinance establishing code section 8.23 prohibiting industrial hemp cultivation.
Good morning, Chair and board members. Angela Blanchard, Agricultural Commissioner. The current moratorium ordinance on hemp is set to expire in April of this year. This has been in effect for 5 years with no complaints or enforcement issues. Sorry about that. So to gather community feedback, staff conducted a survey of legal cannabis growers and the public, receiving 32 responses. 50% support banning hemp, the 34% oppose it, and 12.5% are undecided, and 3% said maybe. Pollen remains a primary concern, and there is also the potential for hemp plants to exceed the legal THC limit of 0.3%. This could present enforcement challenges. Given these concerns, I am proposing a permanent ban on hemp.
Thank you. We will now have time for the board to ask any technical questions for clarification. Any questions from the board? One, not at this time. Supervisor Cox?
So, Angela, thanks for your work. Thanks for conducting a survey. That's helpful information. If somebody were going to desire to grow hemp agriculturally and industrially in Trinity County, where would they do it?
With the agricultural department.
No, I mean, where in the county?
Where in the county?
What land would be conducive to that kind of a crop?
Well, if you're talking about hemp growing for fiber and stuff, I mean, you would need acres of land for that. So, you know, flat area like in Hayfork, places like that. If it's not for fiber and it's just for grown for CBD, then that could be, you know, anywhere in the county.
Further technical questions at this time?
Yep.
No,
This is a
Just one moment.
permanent ban.
Supervisor Brownfield, restate, I'm sorry.
This is a permanent ban?
Correct.
Question?
so
Supervisor Gogan?
I just kind of want to bring this up for texture of how this kind of came up
So just,
about.
is a question?
Is it a question?
Yeah, because we can discuss after we hear
Okay.
public comment.
It's not a question.
Okay, so, thank you.
Thank you.
No more questions. Public comment on this item, please. Is there any public comment in the room?
Good morning, Chair, Supervisors, staff. Dan Trujillo, Weaverville. I'm speaking on item E1, the proposed permanent ban on industrial hemp. I recognize that this item is properly listed as non-routine or controversial, and that classification creates a higher duty of deliberation by the public and by this board. So I understand that this is an introduce and waive item, meaning that you're not adopting it today, but you are deciding whether this ordinance should move forward at all. Under Government Code Section 54954.2, the public is entitled to meaningful notice and a meaningful opportunity to influence legislative decisions before they become approved. I also, like Supervisor Cox said, appreciate the Agricultural Department survey on this matter, but the staff report itself confirms that this is a controversial issue. The county's own survey, as was just stated, has 50% support on a ban, 34.4 oppose it, and 15.6 are undecided or maybe. I would say that that's not consensus, that that's a divided community. And even worse, this was based on only 32 responses, sent primarily to licensed cannabis owners, not the general public, not landowners, not farmers, not water users, and not all residents. That's not community engagement. I would say that's a type of stakeholder cherry picking. A permanent ban on an entire crop is a land use decision, an economic development decision, and a civil rights decision for property owners. It deserves open deliberation by the public and by this board. In local democratic governments, legitimacy comes from inclusion, participation, and reasoned debate, publicly visible decision-making, and not from staff, surveys, or regulated parties. Trinity County's own governance code requires that this board act as a deliberative body and not as a ratifying body for staff proposals. The board has a better alternative, which I'm proposing. You can introduce the ordinance today, but continue it to a noticed public hearing before adoption. This would allow for broader public input, better factual findings, and legal defensibility. What should not happen is for a permanent ban to be adopted before the public even realizes what's being lost. So I'm respectfully urging the board to continue item E1 to a future meeting for public hearing and deliberation. Thank you for your service and your attention.
Thank you. Any further comment in the room?
So Adrian Keys from Hayfork, and again, thanks to the Ag Department for their work on this. For clarity, I would interpret this ordinance as inasmuch prohibiting one activity as supporting another existing activity. And if industrial hemp were to be grown and the pollen problems are quite obvious, the regulatory framework statewide and federally is extremely unstable regarding the classification of hemp, industrial hemp, cannabis, all those things. And in order, in my opinion, for us to develop a proper cannabis industry, which is a cannabinoid industry versus, say, a fiber industry or a seed industry, we have to stay focused. We have to work with that one concept. And I want to see the federal government, the state, and the county all aligned on that eventually in time. What I would also like to see is that there's an opportunity for review of this ordinance in the future. Although it says it's permanent, I believe all ordinances are permanent unless it says sunset, yet all ordinances can be amended at the will of the board at any time. So I do hope that that is still a potential here in light of the federal regulation that is so up in the air at this point. I simply can't rely on them to come up with a clear, accurate definition of cannabis or hemp or any of these things after the fiasco that the Farm Bill has created. So in my personal opinion, I think it's 50-50 whether when we do get to federal regulation of this plant, that they may call it cannabis, they may call it hemp, just syntax at that point. But I would like us to be aware of that and remain flexible for the future. So if when the feds do open interstate commerce in any such way, that we're prepared to adapt and be ready to take advantage of that regulation versus having ourselves boxed in to an ordinance and a future board of supervisors who doesn't understand the context, who hasn't been here for this entire period of time. And then, having a body of people come forward and say, hey, it's time for us to legalize hemp, and say, no, you guys banned it, we can't do it, sorry. When really what that would be doing would just be allowing the existing industry in the county to begin to export. And like I said, the lack of certainty in the federal government at this point is just palpable. And I have no idea what language they're going to settle on, that they were able to ever concede that the same plant, Cannabis sativa L. linnaeus, has two different regulatory functions in the ground. That shatters my trust in their ability to regulate this product appropriately. You will likely be seeing regulations being proposed on a federal level relatively soon, and it's possible they're just going to call it hemp. So let's keep our minds open and our options open. Thank you.
Any further comment in the room?
Hi, good evening, or good morning, Board. Dana Hauser from Hayfork. To add on to Adrian's awesome explanation there, I'm going to go more basic, maybe the average person can understand. What the concern would be if it is misunderstood later that we can't change this ordinance, the hemp ban. We don't want to miss out on the opportunity for our now seen California legal cannabis to hit market later in the future, because basically it is the same plant. It's just the cannabis that I grow, if it were tested at week 5, it would be hemp. And then as it develops and the THC levels raise above the limit threshold, then it turns to cannabis. So what this ordinance does is protect the legacy, well, not just legacy, the small cultivators of Trinity County. That's what this ordinance protects. It protects our existing cannabis ordinance and growers from the true, real issue of cross-pollinating, seeding our crop. If we get seeded, it is worth nothing. It's actually cost us, it's a loss. It's not just that it's worth nothing, it's that we've lost all of our investment. So it's really important that we aren't exposed to that. So we need to be nimble in the future of working out the sausage making of legislation and knowing and being like set up to be nimble on our feet in the future when there is the opportunity for our cannabis to reach market outside of California. But for now, passing this ordinance is safe for our existing businesses that are establishing themselves in this very difficult market. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment in the room? Seeing none, any online?
John Brower.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thanks. I think the controversy lies in the permanent ordinance, and I would recommend amending it to have a 2-year sunset, so it gets readdressed by the Board of Supervisors and has a chance for the Ag Commissioner to engage with stakeholders and the public again at that time. Things are absolute chaos at the federal level with both cannabis and hemp regulations at the time right now. And so I would say a 2-year sunset really is appropriate on this. The ordinance has served us well for the last 5 years. It was brought on by an entire annual harvest from Trinity County that was nearly 100% ruined by seeding that had come over the hill from Oregon, over the mountains. The year that Oregon first went hog wild, their industrial hemp, and the potential to lose really important genetics that have been developed, brought here decades and decades ago and been refined and saved, through wildfires, tumultuous markets, and, new pests, a million different threats. So I think the Ag Commissioner did a good job on this, and I would recommend it passing, but with a 2-year sunset, so it gets readdressed at that time. Thanks.
Further comments online?
Dan Bach. I apologize if I'm butchering your last name there.
Dan Dubach, Lewiston. Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. I just wanted to shed a little bit of light on the ban that's currently in place that's supposed to be sunsetted here in April. And, as many are aware, and for those who aren't, there is only one species, which is cannabis sativa, right? And hemp is nothing more than a legal definition along with marijuana. As the climate is changing and evolving politically on a federal level, and not just a federal level, an international level, right? We want to be thoughtful and considerate as well for any of the cultivators that are within the county, because we talk about hemp and industrial hemp and fibers and everything else, but as we've already seen, even on a federal level with the agenda of adaptation, of rescheduling, Medicare wanting to push for CBD, there are genetics and phenos out there that will still and are able to be grown to fall within the legal threshold and limit based on per dry weight of 0.3 THC or less. And while I understand why the current law states or current moratorium ban on growing hemp is in place, or what it was put into place for before based on, cross-pollination and whatnot, I think there still can be room to and framework to be thought out where, as many cultivators are conscientious of, female plants and the uses that we have from these cannabinoids that are non-psychoactive, to go ahead and allow us, right now, under the current Trinity and state program and federal level and everything else, we're confined to the boundaries of the state of California. And we can't do interstate commerce. We can't do any sort of international commerce. We're not bankable. There's multiple reasons as to why we need to reevaluate and open up the ability to let the cultivators decide on whether they want to grow cannabis for hemp classification and whether it is for the flower and it still legally conforms, or is it for, medical marijuana, psychoactive, so on and so forth. So I think a lot of people need to go ahead and look at this, evaluate, and thoroughly think through what this would mean for the cannabis industry as a whole, for the residents of Trinity, not to mention the state of California. The programs seem to work in Oregon. They're working in Texas. They're working in North Carolina. Other counties in California are receptive and allow for hemp production under that definition, if you will. So let's really think about this and not just go ahead and put a permanent ban into place and consider even sunsetting this current moratorium.
Okay, your time has concluded. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Any further comments online?
I show no other raised hands.
We will now close public comment on this item, and I will entertain a motion that we might have discussion.
I do have a couple more questions.
Me too.
Okay,
Yeah, me too.
questions?
I'm not sure if this is going to be for the Ag Commissioner or Drew, but it could be either one. So one, thinking back to the introduction of the cannabis program and policies and everything else, there was a lot that was involved in that. EIRs, all kinds of legislation, all kinds of rules and regulations, and it's been a terrible roller coaster ride. So if we were in a position where we were now embracing the introduction of hemp, would we have to go through the same kind of a thing? I'm assuming the answer is yes, but I just want to get clarity. They're passing the buck. I'm just trying to understand.
Repeating that once more.
So I'm just trying to, when we say that, well, maybe there would be at some point a desire for hemp, and I'll save my thoughts on that until we're having discussion, but I'm just trying to think ahead to say, well, if we were somehow implementing, say, yes, let's allow hemp and how it might happen and addressing some of these comments, would it require the same kind of work that we did before, where there's a new EIR that says, well, okay, we've already considered this, but now we have to consider this. And so the county would be going through a whole EIR and a whole new set of policies and organization, all that kind of stuff. I'm assuming that's a true statement. I just want to be clear.
Yeah, and I don't believe there would be one. I mean, I could double check, but no, we would not have to go through all of that.
And why would that be? If we had to, we spent $200,000 to get an EIR for cannabis. I'm hearing they're the same plant. Why would we not have to for hemp then? When we didn't consider hemp in that, or maybe we did. That's what I'm trying to understand.
I would say that in many ways that hinges with the topic is more related to the general plan and agriculture. So, but I don't know that any of us in the room have a clear, solid answer for your question.
Okay.
But off the top of my head, I would say that, if hemp is considered agriculture and that's clearly identified in the general plan, then those agricultural land uses would have been addressed through the general plan EIR. And one of the reasons that I believe we had to go down the path of the cannabis program EIR was that our general plan was so out of date that it really didn't in any way contemplate cannabis as it relates to agriculture. And in those early days, certainly the previous board hadn't come to consensus on, whether or not cannabis should be considered agriculture. And so for those, a variety of reasons, I think that's why we went down the cannabis programmatic EIR.
Okay, thank you. That does help. Appreciate it.
Okay. Further questions?
Oh, I was just saying, also, I just wanted, some of the comments about ample time and so forth. I'm trying to remember when you first came to us and said, hey, I'm going to be bringing this back. It's going to be ending soon. I'm going to be back, have something. I think it was months ago, but I just want to be clear. December?
December.
Okay.
Mhm.
And basically letting us know that you were going to be gathering public input, but bringing back an ordinance recommendation.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. And I also left surveys on the front counter, at the front counter. They were available online. And anybody that walked in, I would talk to them about it.
Okay,
too.
thank you.
Thank you.
Hear what
One
former
minute.
Director Morio has to
Let me
say.
I will recognize Supervisor Cox. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I wanted to hear what former Director Morio had to say on the same topic, if we could. It seems like he's got further thoughts on the same question.
I came here to back up Angie and for historical background because the original ban was written by me and Angie and came here. And I believe you said have a 5-year more sunset, which we did. And I need to correct something that was publicly said today. There are 3 species, not one. It's cannabis sativa, cannabis indica, and cannabis ruderalis. That definition can be found in the method of sale in Handbook 44, a federal publication. And the difference why you don't have an EIS, one is an ag commodity that is exempt. One is an ag product that isn't. Yet they are the same plant. So that's the controversy. And yes, they are absolutely right. Right now, we do not have clear leadership from the feds. But I can tell you this in my own group, which I still help, the California Ag Commissioners and Sealers. Oh, I've forgotten the name. Man, I'm getting old. CACASA. And every single commissioner in California that had a hemp production regretted taking it on. And understand something, it puts the county as the entity that must perform the timelines. So let's say I'm a seed and fiber guy that does everything right. That's great. We check you out. Like, as Dana said, it's always going to test out low, anything early. So you got to hit it later. Now, if you miss that timeline, if you look at the hemp production law, we are on the hook for all that. That's on us. And every single hemp program in California at the county level has lost money in the enforcement issues because there are many. And that's what the reality is. I'd also like to remind what Angie first said. We did do deliberations into this before it happened. I came to Trinity County thinking there was room for both. But looking at the map and seeing the absence of flat ground, deep soil, and and I went to Scott in Hayfork Valley, the owner of most of the flat ground in Trinity County, and said, you might be impacted. What do you think? And he sort of explained that if he grew hemp, they'd probably get a rope and string him up at the stove. He was a person that would get impacted who possibly would want to grow hemp. And so I didn't have anybody else that I knew of that owned enough flat ground for, if you're talking about fiber and seed, that's not what it's produced for. It's produced for CBD to be extracted. And if you go to the southern states where cannabis is illegal and go to the gas station, you will find a plethora of things that are psychoactive because they take the CBD, they convert it into THC9, and then they mix it with God knows what else because they were exempt from all this. And by the way, they're exempt from all the testing. The only testing we do is to see the THC percentage, not the other solvents, not the other. I mean, we had a horrible ethyl acetate problem with young people having lung diseases that we haven't seen since kids worked in coal mines in Pennsylvania. The stuff is unregulated. They're getting around the corner. And here my poor growers who have spent a lifetime trying to make an income are at risk. And so I came to this county thinking there's room for both. And the more we explored, the more we asked, the more we did. It just found out that we don't have what it takes to be successful in that. Also distance to market. And we did do deliberations. By the way, we've had this ban for 5 years with no problems. I want to make that very clear. So things will change in the future, but there is no such thing as a permanent ban. We called it permanent. Every single thing we do here, and I want to remind everybody else because somebody brought up sausage. If you like sausage and you like laws and regulations, don't watch them get made. It's messy and bloody, and there's stuff in that sausage you might really not want to eat. So that's the way of the world. That is what representational democracy looks like, up close and personal. We did vet this. This is not a new thing. And we also sought input from every other ag commissioner county that took this program on. And that put us on the path to, oh my God, we had no idea all these problems. And I would not rate Oregon's hemp production as anything successful. It's horribly unsuccessful. And it has put my growers at extreme financial risk by all the cheating that's done saying, I'm growing hemp, except there's 10 acres in the middle of it that isn't. You do that, remember, we're the enforcement agency that is expected to do something. And you have a staff of 2 people and an old volunteer. Any other questions historically, I'll be happy to address. Thank you.
I appreciate all of that because 5 years has been a while.
Mhm.
But I remember that we went through all these conversations before. We went through multiple hearings on this.
Yes, we did.
And so, which is why we chose the 5-year sunset so that we could revisit it. I remember at the time Supervisor Grove saying 5 years is going to go by faster than you think. And he was right. Here we are. My question to you at this juncture would be what you would guess the 34 no's on the survey were indicative of.
Well, first off, we do surveys to do crop production. A 50% response rate to a survey is wonderful. You have enough data to actually make some predictions. We reached out to every licensed grower. Now, if that's targeting a place, they're the ones who are impacted. But they're the ones whose livelihoods are at risk. So we asked them, how many licensed growers? What, hundreds? But you ask everyone. We sent it out to everyone. That's the response rate. We can't go hold a gun to their head and say, fill out the form. We need the info. It's up to them. That's actually for the number of, statistically, the number of people, that's really not too bad. But then you have to factor into that. Look, this is an industry that came from a clandestine production with $5,000 prices to legal production at $200 a pound prices. They've been through some hell. And many people just don't want to. Their experience with the government is, I'm never filling out a form the government sent me to tell me who I am, where I am, and what I'm doing. They're just, as you can imagine, reticent to do that. And that's not going to change. And unless we have want to drive around with a sheriff's car and make them do the form, we'll never get that. We are asking their participation voluntarily. And if they choose not to, that's their right.
So my question, more so than how come only this number of people responded, was what do you think the reason would be why 34 people said they did not want to see the permanent ban?
As it was brought up here, people still think there is a path to having a good market. But everything I looked at, we're lacking everything you need.
Okay.
Flat ground, deep soil, lots of moisture, easy water, like cheap, and you have it, lack of regulation. That's why it's in other places. And access to market. You grow it here, you got to sell it somewhere and move it. And we are at a distinct disadvantage from the Central Valley and Missouri and Arkansas and all the other places. So, like I say, I came here with the idea that we could have both. I thought it was a good thing for both. And the more I looked, the more I found out that, no, that really is not true.
Okay. And then if we were to move forward with the permanent ban today, obviously that would reduce staff time in having to revisit this at some point in the future. But if conditions should change, and if desire for whatever reason should change, what do you perceive, or maybe the question is better addressed to our current director, what do you perceive any challenges or difficulties would be in bringing this back and having the healthy discussion with the outcome that would produce allowance if that became the desire?
If we made a sunset on it?
No, if we were to make this permanent today,
Yes.
and in the future, the feeling were to be different, there was some public comment suggesting that that would just be too challenging to overcome to undo the perceived permanence, which really isn't permanent. And I would like your thoughts on how challenging it would be to sort of roll back the wheels and say, okay, more information is now available, different desires are now present, and we would like it to be different.
Yeah, I don't think that would be way challenging. I would just start again and put out surveys and, start getting public comment and figure out what everybody wants. I mean, and then need to bring it back to the board and change the permanent ordinance if something changed.
I have one.
Thank you.
one
Any
question.
further questions, Supervisor Brumfield?
I do. Dana, could you come back up for just a second?
Wait,
If she's not allowed
not
to?
allowed. It would be
I
considered
can't,
public
okay at
comment.
all. Okay, so
Jill,
it's just a question.
I
Okay,
would
Steph.
like to answer your question about what the 50% we're probably concerned about. And
Certainly.
then the comments. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
And then the comments for that 50%, I think most of it was they were worried about cross-pollination.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry,
So
having
we can't-
public come back up is,
We can't ask.
you can
any
ask the
questions.
question
Okay,
of our
Okay.
staff.
okay, so staff, the cross-pollination is something that the average person might not understand. So I'd like a clarification on what the problem is for the, for hemp to a grower, if that's possible.
Yeah, I
to
will
do.
have.
That's a
Yeah.
good.
Just, it needs to be educated.
Well, it's not unique to cannabis. It's unique to all dioecious crops. If you have male and female plants, you got pollen from a male. We have existing districts in California that regulate on this basis. The one variety cotton district in the southern, where you could only grow the long staple cotton, which makes more money. They didn't want people bringing short staple cotton in, cross pollinating the people that did it right. The seedless mandarin districts that are down in Southern California. You can't have the bees bring the pollen because if I buy seedless mandarins and there's seeds in them, I'm going to complain to somebody. So this process of restricting wind-borne pollinated crops has a long history in California. We can successfully regulate. Now, what happened in those instances, the one variety cotton district is no more. Cotton is on the decline in California, water intensive. It's on decline for many reasons, but we lost our district, which had operated for many, many years, that law. We still have the separation of mandarins, seeded and not seeded, and what they do is they give them 2-mile buffers. They try to figure out how far the pollen can go. Unfortunately for cannabis pollen, it can travel a long way. I actually do believe that there could be drift all the way from Oregon. However, cannabis pollen doesn't want to get wet. If it gets wet, then it's not any good. So, but a nice dry wind from the north, I've read in literature, minimum of 2 miles. Well, how are we going to enforce 2-mile buffers in the way anyway, the wind pollination is a real a concern. And when I first looked into this, I actually had a grower from your district. I won't say where, who. He's a very good grower. Oh, shoot, I just said his sex. And he has neighbors that believe it's their mission to destroy his crop, and they will go get male hemp plants to plant next to him. And I'm like, you're kidding me. And he's like, no. So I realized I did have to protect my legacy growers, and there wasn't room, space, soil, moisture, and all the stuff you need. And it just is not a fit.
Yep.
That's my best estimation as an ag commissioner. I've been in this business a long, long time. And if you're not an ag commissioner that's going to protect your local growers, you don't need an ag commissioner, if you ask me.
Hemp is a male and your regular cannabis.
No, they're the
That's
same species. Hemp is a term we call for
Right,
the
but
fiber part.
The pollination
Yes.
is male and the regular.
It's a dioecious
cannabis-
crop.
Right,
Yeah,
so
it has
that's
both
what the public needs to understand.
Well,
is that the
it
male
gets
hemp-
messier.
Just a minute, the hemp is male so that it blows into the female plants, is that kind
No,
of, nope? Okay,
no,
okay.
no, not at all.
Not at all, okay.
No,
Go
it's
ahead.
male and female plants by and large, but there is a thing called Hermes, a female plant that puts out male pollen. And you can cause this in the plant by a number of methods. All of the progeny of those, if a female plant has male flowers, typically on the bottom, what we call Hermes, hermaphroditic, then it does self-pollinate, but all of the seeds will be females.
Right.
That technique is used to make what's called feminized seed. By the seed, it's all females. unfortunately, you have selected for Hermes, and you will have to go rogue out the male parts of those plants. After we passed the first ban, someone came, I won't narc them off either, and put a nursery license for hemp production. And their big claim was, well, I bought feminized seed. So I said, well, it's prohibited. You can't. And they said, well, I'm not commercial. And I said, no, this is a ban for pollen. Where are you at? I'm coming out to look at your stuff, which I did. He had fully admitted to me that when he got his plants going, 30% came out with male flowers of feminized seed. So I said, what'd you do with them? He said, I got rid of them. I said, okay, well, I'm here today to look for males. And we, as a band, sorry. Now, he wanted me to give him an extension and let him extract it. And I said, no, you have violated the law. I'm here to enforce it. And lucky for me, the cops had been there the weekend before, who decided not to do anything because they didn't understand like you did. Anyway, then he said that his wife has regular. Aren't you worried about that? So I finally asked him, what do you tell your neighbors? Because there were many people who produce around him. And he said, well, I just tell them I grow cannabis. I said, so you're lying to your neighbors and you want me to protect you? I'm sorry, I'm out. You can't do this. So that's an example that in Trinity County, it was used with an enforcement action. I didn't go back and rip out all the plants. He did. But it worked already. And I protected those neighbors. And that's when I became a true believer of this. And oh, by the way, the reference to let's do a 2-year sunset, you realize if you do that, tomorrow she'll start having to work on 2 years from now. Yeah, the time guys go quick, and 2 years is less than half as long as 5 years. So there is no such thing as a permanent ordinance anywhere. You come back to the board and you say, this is no longer working anymore. Here's some suggested changes. So I think people are hung up on the word permanent. And
Thank you for your explanation. I think the public really, it helps them to understand what's going on and why you want the ban.
by the way, the definition of cannabis is already in the federal weights and measures handbooks. When you guys sent me to those meetings and paid for my motels, and I wrote the definition. It's cannabis indica, cannabis sativa, indica, and ruderalis, or any hybrids thereof. All 3 species bring something to the table that are valuable, but it's not just one species. But yes, hemp and cannabis are identical plants and interbreed readily. They're the same plant.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nice to see you guys again.
Yes, one moment. Supervisor Gogan, did you have a question?
I don't know if this is the proper time, if we want to discuss this, but myself and Supervisor Cox were the only 2 on the board that are currently on the board when we sunsetted this last time for 5 years. Sorry. Which I think is appropriate. I can go into the reasons later in discussion why we should probably definitely sunset this for 5 years. Maybe things will change. But we did it 5 years ago. Come back today. I don't think it's a good idea to have it here, but I think sunsetting is probably a pretty good thing for 5 years anyways.
Liam,
And then we revisit.
Can we discuss that piece after we
ahead.
have a motion so that we don't hold them for
Absolutely.
questions? Okay, thank you. Sorry, Supervisor Gogan. We'll move for a motion at this time so that we can open discussion for Supervisor Gogan to be able to.
I move to approve as presented.
I'll second. Second. We'll have discussion now. We'll pull this back to the board for, okay, now go Supervisor
I have
Gogan.
nothing to say.
Yeah.
So 5 years ago, this came to us, and we eventually sunsetted it till now, 5 years later, just in case there was a change in tide, whatever you might want to say. But some of the reasons that hemp, and some of them have already been given out by several of the speakers today, but hemp is a row crop. It takes an absorbent amount of water to grow. We don't have that. The value of it is, what is hemp worth now? Nothing still. So, it's not beneficial. And we have, licensed cultivators out here getting $200, $300 a pound, and they're struggling. Is hemp worth 1/10 of that? but it uses sufficiently more water than cannabis. And then you have drift, pollen drift, which, is still kind of a unknown factor. How windy is it? When does it happen? And that could harm, hundreds of our cultivators that, have paid into the program. We also have, and if you look in Oregon, prime example, you go get before that all went south up there, you go up there and you get a hemp license for $100, $250, whatever it might be. And sure, you act like you're growing some hemp, but you're growing cannabis. And, you're not paying taxes on it. You're not, it does not work. It's failed everywhere it's gone. We certainly don't have the water supply for it, need for it, the demand for it, transportation for it is not good. I personally don't see any reason that we should be growing hemp in Trinity County at this time. Although I don't know what's going to happen 5 years from now. Sunset it for 5 years, bring it back. If there's a want for it, need, yeah, let's revisit it. But this is not the time. It's just, it's not practical. It makes no sense. And, I would think sunsetting it would be a great idea. I'm done.
Supervisor Leutwiler?
Yes, well, first of all, I appreciate all the public input and the process that our Ag Commissioner went through to try to get as much input as possible in this process. My belief is that we should support this as is. I understand desire for public input. I think sufficient has been provided. I understand the interest in sunsetting. To me, a sunset means staff will have to do more work regardless. Permanent, if you will, as presented, means staff can do more work in the future if there is enough input to say we should do it. So I would rather not preemptively tell staff, yes, get ready to start this all over again. I'd rather say we support what you proposed, and if things change, whether it's for federal changes or whatever else, then go to work, but not ask them to have to go to work when they've already done it.
Any further comments?
I just want, yeah, although I don't like the word permanent in anything, we can revisit this, which is something that was very important to me to know. And I think we're fine as written. Yep.
Just the fact that my recollection 5 years ago was that we would take the 5-year period to do exactly what some concern has indicated today, that they're worried what would happen in 5 years. That's why we took 5 years. So now here we are to make it permanent. And to Super Leutwiler's point, then you'll revisit it if we find that the need changes.
Do we have any other competing motions other than the one that is on? Seeing none, we will call for the vote.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Leutwiler?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Brownfield?
Aye.
Chairman Carpenter Harris?
Aye. Thank you. We will now move to item E2. Brought to you by the Board of Supervisors. Consider the recommendation of the cannabis tax ad hoc and adopt a resolution approving a temporary reduction in cannabis cultivation tax rates for the calendar year of 2026. Supervisor Leutwiler?
Yes, so as mentioned earlier, this ad hoc committee was created to gather input from the public so that we could make sure that we did have adequate public input in reaching a recommendation. We also wanted to do some research, both financial modeling and forecasting, industry research, all of the above, basically so that when the board considered this item, it was a well-informed discussion. So we held 2 meetings, one in Hayfork that I'm guessing was 30 or 40 people, one in this room that every seat was full and 20 people were standing. And I think we had 7 or 8 emails to our new email address we put up for this. And there were lots of discussions. Ultimately, the board looked at some of the key findings that we were hearing. One, the tax that was put in place, I will say, unfortunately, was put in at a fixed rate instead of a percentage. So much like we pay X% sales tax. If you buy something that costs more, you pay more. If you buy something that costs less, you pay less. In this case, it's a fixed rate. So as you sell for less, you're paying a much higher percentage of a tax. But the board can't change the structure of the tax. So we looked at it to say, if, as we believe from our research, the wholesale prices that these cannabis program participants receive has reduced by 80% since the time those taxes were put in place, then that means they are paying basically 5 times more than they were as a percentage than when they started. And it was creating a financial burden on an industry that, if it was thriving at $1,250 a pound, it is barely surviving at $250 a pound. We looked at the financial impact that this industry has on the county, and I know that's something that's been long debated, but some of the research that we included talk about multiple ways in which the economy can be impacted. One is clearly tax income, and the budget this year has around $300,000 built into it, and we're easily on track for that. But a full year at the full rate, if every cultivator that's active right now kept cultivating at the same level and all survived, would be well over $600,000. So it's a big nut. And this county, no question, there is a lot of need for money. And so there's one aspect where people go, well, we'll take all the money we can get. The other side of that is you have to then take into consideration, well, what happens if you continue to tax at what has become a burdening level these cultivators? How many of them will survive? How many will continue to participate in the legal program? How many will shift to the black market? How many will reduce operations because the money they have left over after paying taxes doesn't leave them enough to plant and nurture and harvest enough the next year? And so it can be a cyclical downtrend. And so one, the tax revenues could go down even if we leave the rates the same. Two, for every percentage, and there's a table in the backup material that shows this, but if you lose 10% of the cultivators, how many dollars in program fees are reduced? While that's a cost recovery, those program fees pay the staff. So if you have enough reduction, now you have less staff. So we just lost people that are employed by the county that are also contributing back into the economy. They're gone. If you look at the estimated financial impact, if we have 300 plus cultivators and they grow, say, 300 pounds, there's been estimates. There is no straight answer I've found from talking to people. There's not one formula that says on average, even if it's the 1,000 square feet or 10,000 square feet, that they all grow the same level or type or whatever else. But if it's, say, 300 pounds and they're selling at 250, then you're talking about a lot of income, and you multiply that times the number of cultivators. One, there's no other business in Trinity County where there's over 300 licensed businesses. Besides the fact we don't have business licenses, there just aren't 350 of the same kind of business active in the county, much less participating in a licensed, certified, highly monitored program. Two, multiply that math, and it's about a $25 million impact to our economy. So there's $25 million coming into the county through these cultivation operations that then gets spent on food and properties and gas and all those sorts of things. So the more that we burden that with a high tax that is now disproportionate, then the more negative impact you could have on those. So what do you risk in that kind of income, in the staffing funding income, in the tax income, because you're counting on it all to come in and it might not because of the disproportionate level of impact. So all those things played in. We also looked at what's happening in other counties. And there's again a chart that shows what other counties have done. And our neighboring counties have reduced their cannabis taxes either to nothing or significantly reduced. Sorry, did you have?
Yeah, I just want to add, we talked about this several times. an ad hoc, but also I think that it will affect negatively property values, seeing cultivators leave the area, leave a home abandoned. I think that it reduces the property value and it also ups the cost to the county because people will be moving in there, vagrants will be in there, and we would have to do more as a county to regulate that. So including in all the things you said, that was one of the things that we brought into mind also was the downturn in housing costs perhaps and the upturn in enforcing the people who may move into abandoned older grows.
So ultimately, considering all those things, the board considered also input from the community. There was probably not surprisingly from the program participants and from some others outside the program, a desire to have the taxes handled like in Humboldt where it was just eliminated, take it to zero. And then there was another that kind of like the next best wish was, we'll take it to 25% level, which is kind of the first tier pricing. And ultimately what the committee, that is Drew Plabani, Terry McBrayer, Supervisor Gogan, and myself considered and came up with was to look at it from the standpoint of what has happened to the wholesale prices, tie that tax level to that originating wholesale price, and say if the wholesale price is down by 80%, then we could reduce by 80%. That would be a much less burdensome tax, but maintain a tax program, honoring the fact that our citizens did vote to have that tax in place. And then rather than, we were talking about sunsetting and all those sorts of things, our proposal is to say, and basically make that for 1 year, but that 1 year is because then there would be direction to staff to come back with recommendations for the next year based on what has happened with the wholesale rate since. So if the wholesale rate stayed the same, then we would presume the staff recommendation is to keep that tax level set at the same. If the prices went up, it could go up. If it went down, it could go down. But not just to say, take it to 80% for 1 year and then throw it back to full. And not to say take it to 80% and leave it there forever. So that was kind of what we did, some of what we found, what we discussed, and what comes forward. I think the last thing to recognize is, at least by my understanding, and Terry and Susie could weigh in to make sure I don't misspeak, I believe the financial impact on this year is pretty much nothing. We've already collected a whole bunch and there's still some time left. What we are saying is make this effective with January 1st. That would very much affect what we collect in 2026. So the impact there is much greater, but the impact for this fiscal year is negligible, in my understanding. And just to put a frame on it, again, some of the data in the document shows if we continued at what we have been tracking for the last year, so all the cultivators kept continuing to grow at the same level and reporting the same amount through the program, and it was fully taxed, there would be over $600,000 in tax income. So that is one of the things that we need to look at. And again, what I just caution people to do is don't think that these are unilateral decisions. They are very interlacing decisions. If the tax level has stayed the same, I think it's very erroneous to think that it won't impact how many people are participating in the program, and so therefore taxes would go down for other reasons, and then these other taxes. And then the final thing was there to say, there would be, if we counted 300,000 this year in the budget, and we reduce this, then we know, or we can be confident that at least around $150,000, $170,000, assuming some other things stay equal, would be not available for revenue next year. So we would be kind of consciously saying, if we reduce these taxes this much to take the burden off and hope these cultivators survive and continue to contribute to the economy, we will probably, very likely have 150 to 170,000 less in revenue. So part of the recommendation is, if we decide to support it as recommended, we should also be giving some direction to staff as to what we want them to look for to cut. Because it'll be $150,000 less next year in the budget, and they're going to be working on that budget in about 2 months. And so, you know, if we're making this decision to take that revenue out of the stream, we should also be giving some kind of guidance to the board or to the staff about where to start. When you get started, think about these areas. Obviously not an easy discussion. I will stop.
Do we have, thank you for that presentation.
I just wanted to say one thing. I wanted to thank Drew and Terry for helping us kind of work this around. It was a long 5-minute meeting that went 2 hours. Thank you, Drew. Drew said we could knock it out in 5 minutes. Took us 2 hours. But without both of their input, we would not came to the result that we've come to. Thank Rick for explaining it the way he did. And, you know, there will be, you know, a loss in revenue, but if you take away the tax loss that we may get just through sales tax, you know, there's going to be a loss there too if people left property taxes. And also, I think we thoroughly discussed it all, looked at the pros, the cons, the in-betweens, helped with Drew and Terry and Rick. I think we came to a pretty solid decision for Trinity County.
Thank you. Are there any questions or technical questions from other board members? None? None. We will now take public comment on this item. Thank you for that presentation.
Welcome.
Is there public comment in the room?
I'll jump in. Adrian Keys from Hayfork again. I really appreciate the ad hoc and the supervisors taking the time to consider this item. Obviously controversial. It is important to note, you know, Humboldt County tried the square footage tax. They went through various reductions and penalty phases and all of this sort of thing. And over the course of time have lost around 2/3 of their program participants and are now down to a 0 tax level. Mendocino County also has been in various forms of reduction over the course of the years. They'll be looking at theirs again this year, and they're anticipating seeing reduction in the tax or maintaining of the present reduction. They've also lost 50% or more of their cultivators. Trinity County's holding pretty strong at the 330-ish number, pretty dang close to where we started. So there's something's working. Mendocino County also was doing a percentage tax, gross receipts percentage tax. Didn't work. Square footage tax didn't work. The percentage might work really well as an excise tax, but as a farm gate tax, value-based tiering supports people who produce a better product and also have taken the time to brand up and do the things that the county wanted all the farmers to do in the origins of this entire program. So this tax was built to support the very way that the ordinance was constructed. This is, the annual review, the wholesale price, there's no way to ascertain that. There's a black box at distribution. It's very, very difficult, if at all even possible, to track. Yeah, you can get a farm gate price. It's impossible to get what a retailer purchases wholesale from a distributor from and the cost in between there. So there's a lot still needs to be done on this. I think this does, to some extent, give the county both the opportunity and the impetus to find ways to support the industry. And I hope that you consider that when you look at our ordinance updates that are upcoming, because if you want to see wholesale prices increase, we cannot impact the California marketplace. We can only impact our local farmers. And so if you want to see success and you want to see tax returns, then we need a successful program. And that successful program starts at cultivation. And so we need all the regulations and such to support our industry and to remove some of the roadblocks as are listed out in the ordinance updates, which are largely supply chain oriented. They're very little regarding land use, very little regarding cultivation. It's really a backlog in our supply chain locally that causes this loss of value for the largest part. And I know we've actually talked about this considerably over the course of time, and I'll be looking forward to getting into the ordinance updates because everything that TCAA has presented is intended to support that element of the program, which would then put us back into a position where maybe the taxes could come up to some reasonable amount. I, of course, would rather see a 0 because it really hurts to pay out. I myself, and I know many other people, are reducing their cultivation this year in square footage. So the projections on the tax will be difficult one way or another.
Thank you. Any further public comment in the room?
Hello again, Dana from Hayfork. The only thing I will add is with the logic from the last item about having, in this case, it wouldn't be a sunset necessarily. It's checking it out again in a year. Similarly, like, unless we're going to check it out in a year and it'll go to zero, I don't really see the benefit. So that's just the only correlation I have. I can survive with the 80% reduction at the 20% rate. That makes it a whole lot easier than where it's at now. I can understand why the county doesn't want it to be zero. I think that if the program participants can afford it, I think it's a good thing to have a seat at the table with the county, like our dollars coming from our industry into the general fund. I think that is a good move to have a seat at the table. But if you think about it in the same context of having staff do work in a year, just like you thought about the last item, staff doing work in 5 years, maybe you want to consider that aspect. But anyway, that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment in the room?
Chair, Supervisors, Lisa Wright, Lewiston. Just a few things. I appreciate the analysis that you've done. It was very methodical and business oriented. Just a couple comments in that regard. When we talk about the 24 million, 25 million in GDP, the actual straight sales, what we're missing is really economic impact. So I was an economic development director for a small community for over 8 years. And one of the things we usually presented was not just straight numbers in that regard, but how many times does it turn over in an economy, which you touched on that, but it isn't really quantified. So typically you're going to see sales from a business turn over 4 to 5 times in an economy because you have payroll, you buy groceries, you buy supplies, you pay your utilities, you pay your property taxes. So I think the economic impact is actually greater than just the straight sales. I don't think it's, I wouldn't really include the impact of government employees as much into that consideration because it should be done on a cost basis. And I would foresee this program shrinking in its need for the bureaucracy over time as it continues to mature. The other kind of analysis is taking down 80% is awesome, certainly, from someone who has to pay the tax. However, that doesn't mean that your fixed costs changed, right? So I might have sold something for $1,000 last year. Now I can only sell it for $200, but my burden, my fixed cost, my overhead stayed the same. So the comparison of 80% in reduction in the value of my product now in the marketplace isn't a straight correlation, I don't believe. That's kind of apples to oranges when you make that comparison. I would certainly advocate for reduction to zero, such as Humboldt County did. There could be an additional ballot measure certainly as well that could take that tax completely away. I understand that wasn't a tax imposed by this legislative body, that it was voter initiation. However, we're not taxing any other industry at the county level that I'm aware of. And so even though we look at it as a potential revenue stream, it's kind of faulty in terms of trying to rely on that for programs and for budget. So, my suggestion is certainly to reduce the tax to zero. Didn't separate the leaf from the flower, which I think is a mistake as well. That should absolutely go to zero. And to listen to the farmers, because I didn't hear any farmer in any of those open sessions say that they still wanted to pay a tax. So I think it continues to be burdensome and disproportionate to what other industries face in our county. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment in the room?
Hello.
My name is Holly Hayes. I have a 10,000 square foot permit downriver. I've been in the program since the beginning. I feel like I'm here today just representing the growers who were here in the ad hoc meeting. This place was packed. They were standing room only. Everybody made an effort, or not everybody, a lot of people made an effort to show up that day to give their input, and 90% of the cultivators that day asked for this tax to be zero. So I am here asking the board today to bring the tax to zero. We do have our annual license fees that we pay as cultivators. And it's kind of a small miracle that there's even this many of us licensed in Trinity County. Yeah, I think you'll see a reduction in the cultivators in this program. I'm reducing my farm from a tier 2 to a tier 1. You know, it's like people are only getting smaller at this point. Cannabis is not a big cash hog any longer. You know, the money is for gas money, it's for groceries, it's for shoes for the kids. You know, any amount of reduction benefits us on a like very small community level. And it would, yeah, allow us to be out in our communities, potentially volunteering as coaches instead of figuring out how to make that extra $1,000 to pay the PG&E bill, or the extra $1,200 to pay this tax every 6 months, or $1,600, or whatever it is for people who are cultivating. Yeah, thank you for your time, and please consider making this tax zero. Thank you.
Any further public comment in the room? Seeing none, any online?
TSG.
Hello, board. Nicholas Holiday from Burnt Ranch. I apologize for not being able to make it down to the meeting in person today. I have some trades doing some work on some of the buildings up here to bring you guys more building permit money. First, I want to say thank you for taking the time to consider this tax situation and your quick action on it. I think that this is a good first step. It shows recognition and the benefits of the cannabis businesses in Trinity County. However, I do feel like it is just the first step. Also, it is not lost on me that my point was heard in regards to the unbalanced tiered system, and I appreciate the adjustments were made to bring this tax down to a balanced system. So thank you for that. This current rate adjustment works for cannabis farmers who have stored our cannabis at our farms now, but it doesn't address how to move forward and plan in our farms' future crops. As cannabis moves more to a commodity product, it benefits us to harvest and hold our crops. For instance, it is normal for me to only sell 20% of 2026 product in 2026 when the price is lower, and the other 80% will be in 2027 at a slightly better price, but that leaves us with no idea what the tax rate will be. I guess what I'm trying to do is look for some clarity on how and when the yearly review will be made, and hope it can be done in a timely manner without asking too much extra work from the Board of Supervisors or an additional ad hoc. I don't feel like you guys need to be spending more time on this. If it's something that we need to be planning on bringing another ballot issue to a vote, then that's something that's going to take time. And, you know, I just want to be prepared and proactive for the future. That is all I really have to say. And thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Any further comments online?
Rhoda.
Hi, Rhoda Kane, Trinity Center, Coffee Creek. While I think this token measure by a board that's been called out as anti-cannabis is what I would describe as far too little, far too late, we'll take it. Anything's better than nothing, I guess. Although you do have the power to make it go to zero. You also have the power to create a ballot initiative to fix this. If you need to make up some budget shortfalls, maybe consider doing less illegal and unethical stuff and losing less money to lawsuits. Maybe stop kneecapping the industry through overregulation. Thanks.
Any further comments online?
No, Chair, I show no more raised hands.
We will now close public comment. I will now receive a motion for discussion purposes.
All right, so I will start for discussion.
Oh, we have to make the motion.
Oh, go ahead. I'll make a motion to.
You make a motion to approve as
presented.
second.
I will second.
Can
We may now enter into discussion on this matter.
I make another, a subsequent motion? When does that? You can. Now? Yeah,
So Supervisor Brownfield is initiating a second motion.
I'd like to either extend the years, so it's only 1 year because they need to rely on what happens here, to 3 years. Or reduce it to 0. Yeah, reduce it to 0 and extend to 2 years. That's what I would like to see.
Okay,
And
so
I understand the money issue with the county, but
your second motion is you would like to reduce the tax to 0 with a 3-year stay on for it to last for 3 years. Is that what you're saying?
yes,
That's a second motion. Do we have a second on that motion?
So let me just ask you this, not a second, but a question on that. So in 3 years, you want to put this off for 3 years at 0%, and then in 3 years, we revisit this to see, was it 2 or 3?
It was 3.
2. We could, if it makes it
For the
two,
for the
let's do
motion,
two.
you need
Let's
to
do 2. Okay.
for the motion.
Okay, let's do
I
2.
just wanted to make sure I was clear on that.
Years.
So 0% for 2 years, come back, revisit it, see where the price has gone, up or down. You know, it sounds good. I guarantee you that the price isn't gonna go up or down very much in 2 years. You know, I just don't see the market changing. And you can ask some of the cultivators out there.
Are you going to second her motion so we can have
I'm
discussion
not.
on it? Okay, well then, so let's get a second on that second emotion if there is one, so that we can open discussion on both of the motions at the table. Is there a second on Supervisor Brownfield's motion? Seeing none, we will have discussions now on the initial motion that was to pass as presented. Now we can have discussion.
Yeah, I don't, couple of things I heard today that I did not agree with. I don't think, and this is one I don't agree with, but I don't think that the price of cannabis is gonna go up or down, you know, probably more than 10% over the next couple of years. As a county, you know, the benefits of having 20% tax against 0 is probably not that, you know, I'm a businessman. If you come to me and tell me now you pay $2 instead of $10, I'm pretty happy with that in taxes. And then one of the commenters brought up that they're still getting hurt by the cost of the retail products that they use to grow their cannabis, and that's hurting the prices. Well, we have no effect on that. I can't change that. So, you know, it is going to be what it is. I think the cream of the crop will rise to the top, but I think that we did a lot of hard work to get this to where we are. I was surprised that it wasn't a kind of a hot button topic. We didn't get a lot of keep them at 100%. You know, they wrote the tax, and again, I think the last commentator mentioned that we could bring together or put together a tax. Any person, any citizen of Trinity County with the proper measures can put a tax on the ballot. They just have to get enough signatures, go through the motions, and and they could put it on there. And honestly, if this was to come back to the people for a vote, I think I would feel more secure with the cannabis industry, like the first tax that they put on there. If they brought it forward, you know, they know much better than I what the tax rate should be. And I just, one other thing too, that may save you a little bit of money in the long run is that there was a misconception, and I think Terry cleared it up at the last meeting, but we'll just briefly touch on it again. In the past, most people thought when you passed your cannabis to distro and you said you were gonna get $250 a pound for it, and you had 100 pounds, and you put down 25,000, and you pay taxes on it right then. Now you can go fill out a waiver. Terry, correct me if I'm wrong, but you don't have to pay your taxes on that. We'll say in a scenario like that, you got 250, but your distro guy comes back and says, hey, you know, I can only get 175. You've already paid taxes on 250. Well, now you can go and get a waiver, we'll say, that you don't have to pay your taxes until you actually receive that money from distribution and get it back into your hands, because it may vary. You may get none back. You know, that distribution business isn't the most upfront thing going at times. So, you know, just in that alone, you're probably going to save some money, you know, some percentage of the 20%, just that you're not going to overpay. When I tell you I'm going to get $200 for you and I get $120 for you. So take advantage of that. Terry, correct me if there's anything wrong with what I said with that, but there is that, I'll say, waiver or put back of fee.
Well, I will just clarify, and then Terry, feel free to come up, but the wholesale price has nothing to do with what they pay in tax. It's just per pound.
Right.
What Terry was speaking to and what we heard from some of the cultivator participants is this issue of timing. You know, I may have to hand off my product and wait months to be paid, yet I'm being asked to pay the taxes up here. And again, regardless of what price I ever get for it. And so Terry has a method in place that they can say, oh, well, I haven't been paid yet. I want to delay. And then there's a process for following up on that. But please.
We call that an adjustment. So they would need to complete the adjustment form and provide the supporting documentation in order to do that, with the intention that they would pay that in the next period, which is normally the case. And we've only had a few people where there's been issues where the distros went out of business and they weren't paid at all. But for the most part, we haven't had an issue with anyone paying that using the adjustment forms, and this has been in place from the beginning. So,
Thank you,
not a
Liz.
waiver, an adjustment.
No, it's
for
not a
future.
waiver, but
Yeah,
it's,
so,
it's a way that you realize what actually.
Any further,
Terry, thank you.
any further board discussion items that you want to bring forward? Supervisor Fox?
Sure. So in reading the community meeting input summaries, it doesn't appear that there was any input from anybody outside the cannabis industry. I think the intent of the cannabis ad hoc was to gather our communities, all of our communities together. And of course, you can't control who shows up. Just to revisit history a little bit, in March of 2020, Measure A failed by 7 votes with cannabis industry claims of non-sustainability. In November of 2020, Measure G, which was written and promoted by the industry, passed with over 70% support. So over the course of 2021 and 2022, then the shift in the cannabis market brought the cannabis industry participants to the board asking for relief from the structure that those folks created. And in December of 22, the board unanimously passed Resolution 2022-196, providing 50% relief for the 2-year period of 2023 and 2024, which took place. And then in 2025, the sunset ended and it's back to the original proposed ballot measure standards. So in light of what we looked at in terms of what we did with the hemp ordinance and a 5-year sunset, that's a period of time to see what's going to go on and decide what you want and need to do about that. But what I see is that for this season of time, how many times have we heard industry folks come into the room and tell us that there should be no problems with our library funding, our animal shelter funding, all of the things that could be paid with the support of this industry. But now here we are being asked to reduce it by 80% or 100%. The PUD reports continued increases to power load. So production is happening. And I get it. What you're saying is, okay, but the bottom has fallen out on the price of the market. So that begs a question in my mind. The commenter who said, well, if I didn't have to all the time be worried about how to put shoes on my kids and food on the table, then I could volunteer in my community. And that just feels uncomfortably egregious when I have spent decades raising children, figuring out how to put shoes on their feet and food on the table, and paying all of my taxes. Never coming before a board of supervisors to say, could you please take my tax away? And so I would say that in the 3 years that have passed, my thought was then if you didn't like how you wrote your measure, then that was the opportunity to rewrite it. So a declining market, though predicted by some, could have felt like a surprise to others, understood. But 3 years later, it's not a surprise. And this voting population in 2020, they spoke. And I believe that it is their right to have a say in the alteration of their voice. Given all that has transpired, I feel this needs to go back to the people. I am not going to tell my constituents that I essentially overturned their vote. So here's what I would be willing to do. I would be willing and very supportive of helping the industry sort of skip the line and not have to gather signatures, but rewrite your initiative how you wish it was. And then we'll get that on. I would be supportive, I can't say what the board would do, to get that onto the ballot for you. And I have already asked staff to look into the possibility of the utilization of the equity grant in order to pay for the ballot measure. If that is something that's possible, then the programmatic pieces surrounding that, you'd have to resubmit for allowance. So that would take some staff time, and if that came back, then there would be funding for that. The other thing that I think is certainly allowable for consideration by this board is the timing of your assessments and payment plans, if that is what is needed. But it feels really frustrating to me to have gone through these years of all that we have been through with the budget and hunting for money, and now to the ad hoc's recommendation. If we take the recommendation as presented, we already have to look at how to cut another $170,000 out of the budget when what has been touted before us is, here's all this great money. So then I guess you would have to just stop and define. I can't figure out in my head what this continuum looks like, where it used to be, to one commenter's statement, this is not a cash hog any longer. Well, what did a cash hog look like that my normal life has never looked like? And so maybe what looks no longer like a cash hog looks like maybe everyone else's version of just normal. That's the end of my comments.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a comment to make then, if I can. So one of the couple of things I disagree with there is the first one is that at the library and the pet shelter meetings that we had to see if they're going to close down because we didn't have enough tax dollars for them, that the preponderance of people there were people who grew cannabis. I don't know where that came from. That was just who even looked. I didn't, people in the room were trying to settle a problem. We weren't going, all growers. They weren't.
So I
and
didn't say,
it's-
I'm sorry, Supervisor Gogan, I feel that that's inaccurate. Unless I expressed myself poorly, I didn't mean to indicate that the preponderance of the people in the room on those dates were predominantly from the cannabis industry. On those dates, those were people showing up who were concerned about the library and concerned about the animal shelter. But what we have heard numerous times from that podium are people from the industry who tell us that we wouldn't have any problems with money in our budget if we just leaned into the opportunity that we have with cannabis tax. That is what I have heard.
all right. No, that's not the way I heard it, but I'll go with it. Also, myself and Rick were on the ad hoc. We both come from two, very varied backgrounds. And, we listened, we thought, we heard, we talked to the people. And these meetings were open to the public, everybody in the public, whether you're a cultivator or not. And I think, and Rick, correct me if I'm wrong, I think there was only one person in both of those meetings who didn't want the cultivation tax to come down to 0 or somewhere close to that. So, we did take in the general public. We asked the general public to show up at the meetings. They did. It wasn't all cultivators. It was more cultivators than non-cultivators, but everybody had a chance to chip in. We had, I think, 8 emails we got, 7 or 8 emails that we had on, came our way, and, we looked at those, and, Rick's a very good business person. And, he sees a light at the end of that tunnel. He understands it. I do too. And, some of the other supervisors didn't see it the same way as the ad hoc committee saw it. And what we heard was a reflection of what was in the crowd, legal cultivators or not. Input from staff, Drew and Terry, and a lot of deep thinking. I mean, we didn't just kind of throw this out there like, hey, let's give them a break. I mean, there's a lot of dollars and cents and taxes and money that goes around 2 or 3 times, property values, and on and on. So we took this very seriously, and I think we came up with the right thing.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Weiler?
Yeah, just a couple of things. Share my perspective on this. Maybe a lot of it came through in my introduction and backup materials, but one I just wanted to highlight, I follow up about 6, 7 times maybe with the Department of Commercial Cannabis, trying to find out if they track wholesale prices. And finally, just I think yesterday, found out, no, they don't, and no plans to do so. So we do have a challenge in terms of having an official measure of that to move forward. But the proposal was that staff would look into that, try to do the research, kind of like we did as a committee, and come back to the board. But that does remain just kind of an open window with uncertainty. When it comes down to the what's the right thing to do here, there's a lot of different ways that you can pursue this. One of the things that came to mind for me is, as noted there, is we need to look at the overall economic impact of this industry. So We've collected over $860,000 in these taxes so far. This would still have us taking in over $150,000 in taxes, 130,000 maybe we were estimating. We have the other impacts that I was describing. But the other thing I looked at is, at least based on the research that we were able to do, and again, it's hard to do because there is no cookie cutter approach to this. But if there is a $80,000 to $100,000 total revenue from the wholesale prices of a 300 or 400 pound operation, that is revenue. And now look at costs. And one of the, Nick, who's online with us, was able to share some really detailed information. And he noted that in a larger operation, and so it may not be easily applied to the smaller ones, 75%, his cost of producing that product was 75% of the revenue. So let's just use a high-end number. And I'm a cultivator and I generate $100,000 in revenue. That means I spent $75,000 to get that revenue. So I really netted 25. That's what I'm living on. To do that, which is about what you might take away from flipping burgers, you had to invest in infrastructure, you had to pay program fees, you had to do licensing, all the things that are part of this 75% I get. But you're doing all of that work to make $25,000, and then you're getting taxed, unlike anybody else in business in Trinity County, a special tax just for you. And so when I was looking at this, trust me, I do not like giving up money for this county. We need more. I have no doubt that after my time on this board is going to have to be facing decisions about where is the money going to come from, or else cutting the library and the animal shelter funding is going to look like piece of cake. It's just a fact of what's coming down our way. And so this hurts to even make this recommendation. But I'm trying to look at it from a balanced and long-term perspective. And you can easily stand on a hill and say, tax was voted in, it was set at this rate, pay it, that affects your business, that affects your business. Well, then there's negative fallout to that too. And if suddenly the taxes aren't coming in because nobody's paying them, because they're not in business, they can't afford to be in business, they left the program back to illegal markets, black markets, then that economic impact will be felt through the stores, through gas stations, through property values, through whatever. And again, I understand distinction between program fees and county employees, but if half of them left, you can guarantee that there's a handful of people that are going to be let go from the cannabis division. Those are also people that are making a living, renting or buying homes, that are suddenly going to be without that in Trinity County. So that economic impact, it's a build upon itself impact. So to me, I had to look at it from all things considered, what is a balanced approach. And I know that people in the industry would love to see zero. I know people on the, maybe on the not industry side that just want to look at it as hard and fact would say, I want the $680,000 that you're saying we could get. And I don't think either of those is realistic for us right now. So that's how I came to where we were. I would consider, if we felt like we needed to have more than a year, just because of the uncertainty of how exactly we're going to reestablish the rate next year, for a little more stability. But I'm also fine with it as it is.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I just wanted to thank Rick for looking at it from every side of the the table that he could. We spent a lot of time looking at the ins and the outs and the coming and the going of money and how it's going to affect things. And the perspective he just gave you on the money situation, how it comes, how it goes, people leaving, county employees, and so on, is very accurate representation of what we talked about and how we came to where we're at. And it also lets you know that we looked at this thing 360. We didn't just go, we want tax, we don't want tax. We looked at it all the ramifications, round and round and round and round. We went over where do we lose, where do we gain, what's the cost, everything. And Rick's talk just now really kind of put the emphasis on how hard that we did look at everything, not just one side, pro con, zero, keep it at 100. I don't like this, don't like that. We looked at all the ramifications of Trinity County, almost without it being like a cannabis thing, just kind of what happens if this goes here and this goes there, and where does the county end up? So we did not take this lightly. I think we spent a lot of time on it. I'll be happy to spend more time on it in the future. But between the four of us, mostly myself, Drew, and Supervisor Lutweiler, I think we came up with the best we can do at this time. Will we revisit it? Certainly. When? We can figure that out then. Will we ever get a black and white number, what it really costs, for a pound of pot? I don't think so. But we'll get within 10, 15%. It's not going to be, believe me, you're not getting $500 next year or 100, So it's gonna be hanging around that same thing for a while. We'll see what happens. And I think we looked at it like that. And I think Rick did a great job of kind of synopsing all our hours together into what we came up with. So I thank him and Drew for their input. It was very valuable and certainly not, one-sided. It was, we looked at every side of this thing, every single side. We spun it around, we looked and we kept looking, and we came up with what we thought the best as two ad hoc people should do, look at it from all perspectives. And I think that we did a good job. And I think Rex's summation of that is very clear on what we did.
Right, thank you. Any further comments, Supervisor Brownfield?
Yep, there's a piece missing from all of this that I think isn't being explained. And that is that the contribution from the cannabis department, all the growers, the property taxes alone are huge for these growers. They contribute a huge amount of money to the county. And when we see these poor families or farms go, then you're seeing tax money right down the drain because these properties are abandoned. They're left. There's not, we're not getting that revenue anymore. And my look is to relieve the pain. In business, you relieve the pain, you relieve the regulation, you open up the gates, you create more businesses, you create more money, you create more stability, you create more property taxes. That's my outlook on how to approach this business from a business standpoint. Because if you're looking for money for the county, you're not going to get it from people leaving their businesses. And I think that's a fatal mistake that Trinity County, I hope we don't make that, because I think the less we put regulatory on these businesses, the more money we're going to see in the long run. And that's just my opinion. That's looking at business like I have my whole life. And I think that's what I'm seeing. The problem with taking right now is we're leaving nothing for the future. This business isn't going away. It isn't. My 2
Complete
cents.
in that
Yep.
statement? Okay,
Mhm.
any further statements, Supervisor Cox? All right, I will make a final statement for my, just some thoughts that I've had listening to everyone in the room and reading through the materials. I will say that I do have a bit of angst overturning the will of the people with the measure, going inside of a measure and adjusting it from what it was voted on. And I would strongly encourage that in the event that this passes today and you are given that that year period of time before it is to be revisited, that a new measure be brought forward by the cannabis community regarding these taxes. I think that it is important to respect the will of the people when something is voted on. And I just want to encourage the folks who maybe brought forth the first measure to relook at that, or to gather a new group of people to build one and bring that forward in that way. I do want to mention, and I realize that this is a special tax, but I would feel remiss if I didn't at least make a few comments about things that folks outside of the cannabis industry said to me as we were looking forward on this, particularly folks in the, I guess you would call it hardware garden industry. They made it very clear that they, in fact, have lost an exorbitant amount of money from the peak of this industry and the sales of soils and gardening tools and pipes and holding tanks and the whole 9 yards. And they jokingly said, "Can I have a reduction in my taxes too?" And so that I just wanted to bring that forward because that's what others have said, as we have looked over these things. And so there is a little bit of angst in the community, I think, regarding this from that perspective. And I just wanted to share that. So now I will call for.
I'd like to put a subsequent on the table if I could.
Okay, Supervisor Cox is bringing forward a second motion.
For consideration, I would move to support the cannabis industry through a placement of an updated tax structure on the November ballot that they themselves would bring forward. The passage, if it did, of which would provide remediation of that outcome retroactive to January 1, 2026. Number two, it would include adjustments of timing for their assessments to be worked out with the tax assessor. And number three, it would include an initiation of payment plans as they need. There's a second, I'll tell you why.
I will make a second for discussion purposes.
Thank you. I'm not deaf to your need. I'm just absolutely do not want to overturn what the people have said. We did that once, and granted, only 2 of us were here to do it. But I've already done that. And doing it again does not feel responsive to the voice of the people. We all, I think that we all agree that our votes matter. We want our votes to count. We talk about election integrity and so forth in the polls. And so what are we saying to the voices of the people when they vote? And then 5 people can change that at will. And we can look around and say, well, other counties have done it, and they have. And by law, can we? Yes, we can. We can reduce it. We can't change the structure. We can't increase it, but we can reduce it. But I think it's important to communicate with the rest of the community who voted on something. And my guess is they would hear you. They heard you before when they did not pass A and did pass G. And if it passed what you want it to be, and perhaps you could put it as a square footage, and then you wouldn't have to have the nuances that are, I don't know, fiscal says it's tough. The structure as it is with the weight and so forth. You are the ones that know best. But that's what I would offer, to try to hear that, to try to respond to it, but also to be true to all the people that turned out to the polls and had a voice in what goes on in the community.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a possible path forward where we recognize this reduction for this year so that we, I guess, for lack of a better term, stop the bleeding, if you will? And within that, we add what you just said. So we say to the people, we will hear you for 1 more year, and we will hold this at the requested 20, or at the determined 20%. But in that year's time, this is the action that we need. So we will move forward with everything you stated on that while we're holding it at 20%. So they're getting kind of both worlds. They're getting the reduction, but then there's an action to say, move forward in a new way.
Yeah, required action, and and I would be supportive of that, and I appreciate that. Probably what needs to be included in that is a requirement, and if not, then it would return to the way that Measure G is stated,
Okay,
so that again, we're not overturning the will of the people.
understood. I think at this time, since we have a board member that needs to take a break, we will take a 10-minute break and possibly come back with a change in the motion. So we will be back at 12:33. And please remember, we can't talk about that potential motion with any of you in the room. So it's, no. Right now, while we're trying to craft the new one. Oh, she's not
didn't
receiving
receive
any
any
texts.
text, Dana.
That's a false accusation. So you're withdrawing your second emotion,
I will withdraw that.
and I will withdraw my second on the second emotion.
Okay.
I would like to propose a new motion. One moment, I need to, my computer shut itself down. My additional motion would be to support the, the resolution as submitted with the exception that we remove the 1-year expiration and that we add to the resolution what Supervisor Cox brought forward in her motion, which is to, would you please reread what you would like to bring forward?
Yes, and I need to add some better clarity to it. So I use the word support the cannabis community through the placement of an updated tax structure onto that ballot. I meant that support in a very general way. I'm not suggesting that we commit general fund dollars to it. I am still hoping that the outcome of staff looking into the use of cannabis equity funds toward that end could be successful. So my support meant I would be supportive of helping you skip the gather the signature step. And this board has the ability to simply place a ballot measure on a ballot. That's what I meant by support. And with that, it would remove I believe with what you're stating, it would remove my suggestion of remediation of that outcome, although it could be a better outcome. If what you put forward was 10% tax and what we have here is 20%, and the community was in favor of that, my suggestion was remediate that back all the way to January 1 of 26. But as council has suggested, this is getting murky. So I think the cleaner way would be to leave it at the 20% suggested for 2026, to have a ballot measure created by the industry that goes on the November ballot. And with the passage of that, which hopefully would be the outcome, you would have your new permanent solution, and this wouldn't be an annual reconsideration from year to year. And hopefully it would be structured in a way that that doesn't matter. You will do it how you do it. I included in there an adjustment of timing of their assessments, which is currently problematic, and also an initiation of payment plans, which has been requested.
And tell me again about the payment plans? Sorry?
The community was asking for payment plans, and I was saying that should be initiated.
Talking about the request for payment plan option,
Yep.
which Terry, you can speak to.
In regards to the payment plans, that is something that we've already had underway prior to us even meeting for the ad hocs. And I specifically asked if he would take that out of there because within the ordinance, it does state in there that with us administering the tax program, that we don't need that part. That's already in place.
Oh, okay.
So
All right.
that's
great.
That's why we didn't have it in there.
So payment plans exist, is what we're hearing.
Okay.
And when you said something about the timeframes, what were you referring to?
So my understanding was that it's problematic for folks to have to pay tax upon handing their product for distribution, that they can't pay that up front. It needs to be paid on the back end once they get paid.
Which that is currently how it's structured. And my understanding from council is that we can't do anything that changes the way that it's structured. So currently, if January to June, the taxes due for transfers taking place during that time frame are not due until the following November. And then July to December wouldn't be due until the following May. So if there's a situation in which they do not get paid for whatever their circumstances might be, we already have adjustments in place. What I'm looking to do is hopefully the board's direction is to not change the not look to change up too much because we already have this in place. There's an adjustment form already available and that they just need to provide the supporting documentation.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I read two needs that are not needs. Okay, all
They're already in place.
right.
I think Supervisor Cox, the need was very real in terms of being conveyed. What was not understood is that there were already things in place. So
Okay.
we focused on initially, well, we should put them in place. And then Terry quickly said, they are. We just maybe need to communicate even more. But some of that's already been communicated in outgoing documentation. So it'll just be an ongoing communication requirement versus the policy change.
Okay.
So Jill, just for clarity, you want to bring this back to the board in a year or so to see what the average price is and what the voters say about the tax?
No, that is not part of my motion.
No.
My motion is to reduce by 80% the tax that is due them for 2026,
Yep.
with the understanding that they would have this year to put a updated proposed tax structure on the November ballot, the passage, hopefully, of which would then solve this problem going forward.
And so that we wouldn't have to continually work from renewals and readjustment.
And my point to that is twofold. Number one, it wouldn't be an ongoing issue and meeting in this room and staff time and frustration and all the things. It would just be something in place that is workable, that everyone would know what it is. And number two, we would not, 5 people, be overturning the voice of our constituents, which I'm unwilling to do.
Comments and questions when you're ready?
We need to make the motion clear in totality. I may look to council to help write that out so that we include. So the motion is to move forward with the information, with the resolution at hand, with the exception that we are taking out the revisit in 1 year. So remove, let it be further resolved, and said reduction will be applied for 1 year and will expire on December 31, 2026. So we'll remove that. And
No, actually, that would remain, right? It's for 1 year.
oh, it is for 1 year because the new law, if it's passed, wouldn't be, okay.
It would take it
So,
back.
so
Take out the review reset. You're just saying
yes, the review and reset.
Yeah, the last
expire
one.
in a year is what I think you're saying.
Yes, it
Okay.
still will expire in a year and then will be, then the new measure passed, how it goes, will be put into place. So we remove that and we add in that the Trinity County Board of Supervisors will waive the signature requirements for the measure to be placed on this current ballot. And that we will look to utilizing equity funding to be able to sponsor the development of the measure. No, Drew's shaking his head.
Is that legal?
So
Is that legal?
that's what we're trying to figure this out.
Yeah.
What if,
I would urge you just to keep it very general and not be that specific
Okay.
as to those particulars.
okay, cancel that.
So
Can you help me craft a statement that keeps it general for legal purposes?
I would just say that the board is supportive of the measure coming forth, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Keep it that general.
okay,
Okay.
okay. So now my motion
Mhm.
is to accept the resolution as written. In addition to, we are adding that the board will support a measure to be placed on the November ballot to solve for this matter.
So we want to be careful with the word support because we're not committing financial support to the placement of the ballot measure.
We are committing to the removal of signatures.
Right.
So just what I
Are we
heard,
just
just
making it up as we go?
We're trying to make sure that just one moment. So for a point of clarification, super simple, we're passing what we've brought forward, or we are putting that to vote. And then we are asking that that the community brings forward a measure so that we don't have to revisit over and over again, that a new measure is brought to the will of the people to vote on how this taxation should occur.
Right.
So
And
we're
so
placing that so that
some-
we're not constantly renewing, reviewing.
No, I get that. I don't agree with it, but I get your concept, but waiving the fees, I mean, that's.
No, we're not waiving any fees. We're waiving the need for signatures.
Waiving the need for signatures.
Yes, so they won't have to go out and get all of the signatures that you normally need in order to have a measure put on the ballot. We are waiving the need for that in in an attempt to help them move the measure forward more rapidly or with
Chair,
less fees.
I don't even know, I don't know law enough to know if that's even close to doable.
Yeah, and I don't know if we can, I would have to look at whether we can just waive those fees.
Nobody's talking
No one
about
talking
fee
about fees. We're
waivers,
talking about
putting it in.
signatures.
Or waiving the signatures, I would have to look at that.
Okay, all right.
If I would do, I'd parse it out, and I wouldn't, the support doesn't necessarily need to be part of the resolution itself.
Okay.
Right? You could make a separate motion to support the public bringing such a measure forward, and I would leave it at that.
Okay. All right.
How do we know what the future board, we got 2 board members leaving here in a few months. How do we know that they're going to be supportive?
Wait,
You don't, it could change.
Okay.
Yeah, I just,
But
I
they need to get their motion before we discuss.
go right ahead.
So you want to take one more shot at your
Yay.
motion that the council will approve?
Why don't,
I think,
What I'm hearing you're left with is support the resolution that's submitted with the following changes.
okay.
Remove the section that calls for review reset in 1 year. The reduction will end in 1 year.
Fine.
And then
And we'll just
generally
leave it
there's
at that.
this,
And there's an understanding that the intent behind that is, be really nice to have a voter-approved method of moving forward.
Agreed.
yeah, just throw out another wrench in here, just
Sure.
to say, hey, why don't we keep it simple and go back to what was agreed upon with Rick? Just for purposes of complications.
You can get to that
and we
simply
can-
by voting no to this. That'll be the second one voted on. So if you don't like
Part of it.
this,
I agree with part of it. I just
okay,
don't know
what-
if I'll-
okay, go ahead. What?
I'm just saying, just go back to the resolution the very first motion of agreeing to as presented, like the 80%.
And then just,
And we can do
and
this
then
at any,
just,
because we're adding words that don't, like, it may not happen, it may, you know what I mean? So it doesn't change the 80%. The 80% is what they voted on, and I think that's, without making it complicated, we just vote on that. Like,
I would
don't
say,
know.
I mean, functionally, you made your views known. This is, a public
Right.
meeting, and so the support or non-support, I think, has been displayed.
okay. I withdraw my motion. Let me think.
Well, what's taking place with that, functionally, what happens when you remove the recommendation for annual adjustments based on wholesale cannabis prices, what you're saying is, I'll agree to this 20% reduction, but I'm only agreeing to it for 1 year. Actually, this makes it really complicated because, to Supervisor Gogan's point, it's going to be a whole new board in January. And we're going to be right back here again, doing all of this all over again. What's troublesome to me is that in either case, we're overturning the vote of the people. And I struggle with that.
so are we back to clarifying your motion, or we don't have a motion and we're back to discussing the motion that's already on the table?
On the table.
The
Okay.
first motion is still on the
Motion is
table.
on the table.
Okay, so whenever you're ready, I have comments and questions of my own.
Okay, have your comments and questions.
So one thing I
Supervisor
just
O'Brien.
want to clarify is that in my review of our current cannabis tax program, it says the cannabis business tax shall be levied at a rate not to exceed the maximum rates approved by the voters. The Board of Supervisors may, by ordinance or resolution, set the tax rate at any amount at or below the maximum rate and may adjust, reduce, or suspend the tax rate for any period of time, provided the rate does not exceed the voter-approved maximum. That's in the tax code.
It's in the
not-
tax
it's
code.
not
It's just not,
overruling the voters because that was part of the language they approved. That's just a distinction I'm drawing. If your distinction is they wanted that dollar amount per pound, but they also voted for this. So to me, I don't see it as overriding. I do want to be clear, Council, you were kind of cautioning about the whole thing of whether the board could even waive the petition signatures and so forth, but even if we had a magic wand and we could waive that, it wouldn't change that if it doesn't come to the ballot without the petitions, it would require the 65% as a tax, correct? It wouldn't be a 50% plus, which is when it's a measure that is brought by the public. Is that correct? This is my distinction as I understand it.
I believe
If a
that's
measure
correct,
is
yes.
brought because of a public petition, then it only requires 50% plus one. If it's brought just because the board says here it is, now it requires 65% plus one or whatever those numbers are.
Okay.
So even if we have a magic wand that can say, we waive you having to bring it, we'll just approve it to get on the ballot. I think it still would require the 60
I would
whatever
think so.
percent. Okay.
Right.
So I just want to be clear
Okay.
because we
Yeah.
know how this county votes on taxes. So,
Right.
okay.
So I think, go ahead, you want to make a motion?
I was just gonna, I'm going to remain withholding my second motion.
Two,
you're back to just the original motion then.
But you wanted to put one back on because you withdrew thinking it was going to be a new one, but
are we back to the initial?
We are.
okay.
So we're back to, as proposed. And I guess one thing I would keep in mind too is this wasn't a lot of work. It was a lot of brain power. It didn't take us a lot of days to do. We had to sit around and the four of us, banged heads pretty good there for a few hours here and there and a couple ad hoc meetings. But this was not, in my opinion, a heavy lift for the board. It was very important, but it wasn't, hours and dozens of hours of manpower from each person and their staff. I think myself, Rick, Terry, and Drew were very sensible about all sides of this taxation or lack of it, and it's built into the tax that was passed that we can lower this. I mean, it's there. I don't know why we need to go to the public when we have a public forum that you can come and, and say, hey, I agree, I don't agree. We're all going to get the drift no matter who's on the board. And, we will go from there. But, put something back as a tax measure that's already on a tax measure with us to already have the ability to lower it and now waiving the signatures and now, something don't smell right to me. So I think I just keep it as presented.
Are you complete, everyone?
Yeah, I'd like to make one step. Are you ready for the vote?
I would like you to make a comment if you wish before we vote.
I appreciate that. I don't know if the mics were still on or what could be heard, but I was accused as we were taking our recess that I had been receiving text messages regarding what was going on the ballot, which I did not, and I showed my phone to council to approve or to verify that. I also don't appreciate the comment, Supervisor Gogan, that something doesn't smell right about a subsequent motion that I may or may not wish to put on the table.
Ask a question of our fellow committee members.
Please.
Excuse me, Terry and Drew, I'm going to put you on the spot here. You've heard us debate a lot. You were part of building this recommendation, and as Supervisor Gogan pointed out, an integral part of that. Having heard everything, is there any tweak that you would make to the wording of this? I'm specifically focused on this part about the review and reset in a year based on wholesale rates. If you have a better idea that we should consider before we make this vote, let us know. If you think, well, you don't have a better idea, let's just go with it. I just like your input.
My understanding when we were looking at this, when he put review in there because we were trying to think of the cultivators, and that provided them with something to say, hey, we are aware of what's going on and we are trying to bring this back. And that's how we interpreted that to mean, because we are listening to you, we are hearing what you're having to say. The ordinance does call for that. So I'm fine with the way that he put it. We did go back and forth on this because we were trying to think of it from both aspects. And another point to add to this is that even no matter the board's wish, we can't change the structure. So whatever your direction is, they still have to report to me, and I still have to get that documentation from them, because that's the way the ordinance is written. So all the work is all still in play. All those things still have to happen. It's just a matter of whether or not the taxes. So that said, we worked really hard to try to come up with something that was equitable for everybody, keeping in mind, our fiscal status and what the cultivators' needs are, as well as the work involved. And so that's where we were coming from.
Thank you.
Thank
Drew,
you.
anything?
Thanks for the opportunity to provide some thoughts. I think the only comment that I have really is that, as we discussed with the hemp ban, that, there was a significant amount of staff time and ad hoc time expended in contemplating, what the right approach to this could be. And so Terry may be able to clarify, because I don't keep track of those timelines in my head. But I think that, essentially, given the reporting period and then the lag time to actually have to remit the taxes, I think 2 years might be more appropriate, because essentially we are kind of right in the middle of, those reporting periods. And then, as you can see with the way this was structured, we're retroing it back to January 1st to not impact and confuse the calculations that the tax office has to accomplish. So, I mean, I think that's my main thought. The other thing that I wanted to add, just for the public's understanding of, some of what we went through in our discussion, is related to kind of what we heard from the public in terms of, well, either reduce it to 0 or 25% was kind of sort of, the general thoughts. And Rick made a very astute observation in terms of, if we were to reduce it across the board to 25% of the full rate, then we wouldn't effectively be creating any reduction to that bottom tier. So I just wanted to add that for understanding. Thank you.
All right. Well,
Did I hear his recommendation for 2 years?
Yes.
Okay. That's what I,
Just a comment, I think that being on the ad hoc with you and Drew and Terry, and we looked at this thing really hard. We didn't just kind of haphazardly put this together. And as Drew just said, I think probably 2 years would be a little better time served, just to see how things shake out. But I don't think, the other board members have an understanding of what we went through and every angle we looked at, with myself, Supervisor Lutweiler, Drew, and Terry, to get this thing to where we are now. I thought we came up with a pretty well-rounded solution to this problem, for now. And we'll look at it again when it comes back up in a couple of years. I think it's a good idea. So I just thank you for your hard work, Drew and Terry. We took this seriously.
Jan, do you have in your notes which one of us made the initial motion?
I do. Supervisor Gogan made the motion,
Okay.
and you made the.
Okay.
The
That's what I thought. I just want to make sure. So I'll make a second motion. That's the same as what we have here, but it would be 2 years.
I will second. For discussion? Any discussion?
no, I'm
You
fine.
can just choose between and see where people land.
Fair.
I just want to say, regarding this effort, that I do in fact appreciate and acknowledge the amount of time and energy that I know it took for you guys to bring this forward. I have no concerns about what was brought forward. My efforts in really trying to make an encouraging sort of notice, I guess, if you will, to the cannabis industry is that, as one of the callers had mentioned, it's very difficult to have forward thinking when you don't know if that tax is going to go up or down or how it's going to be brought forward. And in my mind, and I could very well be wrong, but in my mind, securing that ability to forward think would be to have a new, bring forward a new measure that would allow for a consistent, solid understanding that would then just move forward into the future. I would be nervous if every 2 years I thought something as big as a 20 to 50 or how, whatever it was, tax was going to be a moving target. And so my thoughts were, how do we encourage the community to bring forward a motion that's going to work for them better under the consideration of current industry, data. That was my intention in that. It got very messy. And so I guess I will say, I don't know how this is going, if it's going to pass or not, but my encouragement would be, don't wait until there's 2 years gone. And then you are back again saying, can you guys do something? Do the work to bring that forward. And that's what I will say for that. And we'll call for the vote. So the second motion is the one we're voting on right now. Correct. That extends the date from December 31, 2026. This motion is saying December 31st, 2027, correct?
Yes.
Okay, call for that vote, please.
Chairman Carpenter Harris,
I wasn't the second.
Yes, you were.
Oh, was I? I'm
that one
sorry.
you were.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Supervisor Lutwiler,
Aye.
Supervisor
Wait, she
Cox.
didn't vote.
I did. I said aye.
Oh, sorry.
Then
Aye.
you're good there, okay. Supervisor Cox,
No.
Supervisor Gogan, Supervisor Brownfield.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Yes.
My last comment on this, the manpower, the time spent was paled into comparison to the knowledge that Terry had when we proposed something, or Drew had when we proposed something. Me and Rick had a bunch of stuff, and Rick throws something out there and Terry go, oh, you can't do that. So I appreciate, our willingness to throw something out there, your willingness to say, hey, guys, you can't do that, doesn't help this section of the tax or not. And both of you guys were a world of knowledge in getting this done legally correct.
Supervisor Gozing, thank you for those final comments. We'll now move to the next item.
Chair, if I can. I just, for the record purposes, for clarity of everything, I just want to double check. We had a motion initially where Supervisor Gogan initiated that motion, and then Supervisor Lutwiler seconded. Was that withdrawn, or did we need to take a vote on that?
That one becomes moot when the second one is passed.
I just didn't know if
Mhm.
there was the first time for that one for me. I
Good
just
question.
wanted to make sure.
You're good.
I apologize.
No, that's okay.
Amended rather than moot, but there you go.
Okay. I apologize, guys.
No,
No,
you're-
thank you for that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll now move to item E3, Clerk Recorder Assessor Elections. Receive an overview of the assessment appeals process.
Good afternoon. So I just have a brief overview of what
Pull a
assessment.
mic. Can you pull your mic forward so we can
Yep,
hear you better?
sorry,
Thank
I
you.
forget I'm a quiet speaker.
Welcome.
I have a brief overview of the assessment appeals from the assessor's office, what they are and the process. I did have a PowerPoint attached, but I'm going to go over it verbally. An assessment appeal is basically a request for a reduction in the assessed values made by the taxpayer. It's every property owner's right to apply for that. The party affected has to, thank you. Party affected files their assessment appeal with the clerk of the board. Their filing period for this county is July 2nd to November 30th. It is different in other counties, but we do not send a notification of assessed value on July 1st. We let the tax bill serve as the notification. So that extends our filing period out to November 30th. There are exemptions, which are supplemental assessments and escape assessments.
Can you pull your
Can't
mic up
hear
just
you
a little
very
bit
well.
closer? You have a soft voice. Folks are having a hard time hearing.
You can file an assessment for a supplemental or an escape within 60 days of the notice of that assessment. And once they are filed, the clerk of the board or the administrative office vets that application and then forwards it to the assessor for review. And we have 2 years from the date it's filed with the clerk of the board to hear it or resolve it with the taxpayer. Where do I
Not
point
working?
this at?
No?
Apologies for the technical error.
Okay, we'll get there.
Set it up. Do you want to just motion and all?
Can you go to the next one, please? So these are the requirements for each different kind of assessment for filing and their options and rights of when they can appeal an assessment. For the standard assessment, that's the value that shows up on your annual tax bill. It's not based on a change of ownership or a new construction. It's just your factored base year value. You can appeal that value based on the standard timeframe of July 2nd to November 30th. For a change of ownership or new construction, that triggers an assessment and that can be appealed within 60 days of the notification date. And a roll correction or an escape is the same filing period. You can file within 60 days of your notification date. Can you go forward? The current appeals data, we had 76 appeals filed for 2024. They are all still open at this time. When I made this slide, I had 3 requests for withdrawal outstanding. There are now 4 requests for withdrawals outstanding. In 2025, I put 14. There's actually 23 appeals that have been filed timely. I apologize for my error. And I gave a little background of appeals that have been filed in the assessor's office. We typically do not get to a hearing. However, there have been a few in the last 10 years that have gone to hearing. We also typically have less than 10 appeals per year. So we had a higher rate for 2024, a little higher for 2025. The process that we go through with appeals, can you click forward?
Maddie, do you want questions as you go, or do you want us to save them to
Sure.
the end?
You can ask as you go.
I've only been on the board since 2021, and I have been through one appeal process.
You have been.
And I
Okay.
can't remember if it was in 21 or 22, but it would be one of those 2 years.
Okay, I was checking through our log and I wasn't in charge of that log at that time,
For sure.
but we do usually note it when we have an appeal hearing.
Yeah.
So I will. That's probably Susie's right.
Oh, it's just a matter of how it was listed. I follow you. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, thanks.
Okay, I have one question, if it's all right, Chair. So is the 2-year mandated by the state? Is there any reason we carry 2 years for an appeal process?
Yes, it's in the revenue and taxation code.
Okay. Do you know that code? By any chance? It's
I
okay. I can
don't
look
know
it
it
up if I need to.
offhand. I know it's in the 1600s.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
The process that we go through with an appeal is once we receive that appeal application from the clerk of the board's office, we log it so we can track when the due date is for the hearing. We review the application for accuracy, pull the record, pull any assessments that have been done to ensure accuracy with the way that we initially did the assessment, and then go from there. If we reassess to fair market as of the lien date and it matches what the applicant's opinion of value is, we reach out to the applicant. If we're close, we reach out to the applicant, we come to an agreement, and then they withdraw their application, it avoids hearing, and we issue roll corrections, and that's done with. If they disagree with us, we still contact, we have the discussion to see if we're missing anything or if there's a way that we can explain how we did it and come to an agreement. If we can't come to an agreement, then we notify the clerk of the board that we need to schedule an appeal hearing. That is the plan for the open appeals that we have. Can you?
So does the scheduling of those appeals just have to happen in that 2-year timeframe? Or does the actual appeal have to take place within that 2-year timeframe?
The actual appeal hearing has to take place within 2 years of the date they file their appeal.
Okay.
The scheduling has to happen at least 45 days prior to that date in order to get that appeal heard in the timeframe.
Got it. Thank you. Thanks.
One more question, I'm sorry. So what is how are you assessing these properties?
All the properties that are currently being appealed are being assessed through the comparable sales.
Okay.
That is the acceptable way to reassess property unless it
Not
is.
appraised, but they're comparables.
I'm
Just wanna
sorry,
make a
can you-
clarification. So a
I'm-
comparable is very different than, a comparable is very different than an appraisal. So you're using comparables, but you're not using an appraiser?
Right, the
Okay.
assessor's office is made up of appraisers, and the acceptable way to reassess properties at the county level is to do comparable sales method. We're not fee appraisers, so it's a similar process, but it's a different term.
Understood.
Our plan right now with the appeals that are open is to review the case records for any errors, make sure we have all the facts. Going to send out requests for information for all the open appeals to make sure that we have all the information on hand that we should in the event that something is added or removed since our last assessment record was created. Then we will examine the data, review the assessments for fair market value using the comparable sales method, contact the applicant, and if we are able to agree, we'll get that withdrawn. If not, we will notify the clerk of the board to schedule hearings. I don't foresee hearings happening prior to July 2026, just because we have the roll close that needs to happen, as well as the election coming up. So the most feasible option at the earliest would be July. The next portion of appeals is you as the County Board of Supervisors acts as our County Board of Equalization. You're authorized to do this under Article 13 of the Constitution. You have the option to adopt an ordinance to establish a separate assessment appeals board. It has to be an ordinance, and there are 2 options for selecting members for that board. The first being, if you put it in the ordinance, you can nominate board members. If you don't add that to your ordinance, then it would be up to a superior judge to select from people that you nominate. The appointees to that assessment appeals board would have to go through the mandated appeals board hearing training through the Board of Equalization. They estimate that's about a 12-hour process based on the training hours that they would supply if you were a certified fee appraiser through the state of California. If you are a county board of supervisor, you are not mandated to take that training. However, they do recommend that you read through it and go through it just to stay up to date on knowledge and updates to tax law. The next slide, I went through a little bit more of the training that's provided by the State Board of Equalization. You can also have training at the county level, but the board already has it and it's free. It's comprised of reading their assessment appeals manual, and then you go through their review questions and you have to score at least 80%. You submit those questions to the State Board of Equalization for approval. It's about 154 pages of Assessment Appeals Board information and revenue and taxation code. But it contains a good overview of the assessment process, the elements of a hearing, and statutory and case law in regard to appeals. In the event that you did create an assessment appeals board, I included the information on what would need to happen if you needed to disqualify a member of that board. Basically, when you nominate your assessment appeals board and they're sitting, they cannot have any skin in the game of the appeal that they're hearing. So they can't be a representative for that person that's appealing property. They can't have any arm's length transaction happen with that person. They cannot be involved whatsoever, which is difficult in small counties. But they would need to be removed from the board and somebody else would need to be replaced, would need to be appointed to replace them. The duties you have as the appeals board is to equalize the values of our property on our local tax roll. You can decrease property values, you can sustain property values, or in some cases you can increase with the proper notification. You cannot do certain things, and I'm getting ahead of myself, hold on. You can cancel improper assessments. So if we process a change of ownership based on our belief that it was a change of ownership and they appealed it, you can cancel that and revert it back to factored base year value. It also states that you're not limited to what's stated on the application. Going through the assessment appeals handbook and other case law, it seems pretty rare that you would stray from what's being requested or recommended. You must hear the evidence and make a final determination on an appeal within 2 years of the timely filing of the application. With the agreement of the assessor and the person requesting the appeal, we can get a waiver to extend the time frame. So basically, you can lower, raise, or confirm a property's assessed value. You can remove a penalty assessment if you feel that it was improper. You can reverse a change of ownership or new construction reassessment if it did not occur. You cannot make decisions based on somebody's property values being higher than another property. So they have to have valid backup and documentation for why they're requesting a reduced value. You cannot remove penalties and interest for late payment of property taxes. That's not part of the appeal process. You cannot reduce taxes based on an assessee's inability to pay. That cannot come into play. You cannot grant or deny exemptions. We currently don't have any appeals open that have anything to do with exemptions. You cannot extend the filing periods, cannot alter the decision of another appeals board, and you cannot rehear an issue that's already been through the process. If you have any questions, that was a lot of information dumped on you at once.
I do have a question.
Please feel free.
When you mentioned that if somebody had a conflict of interest and they couldn't sit on that board, it wouldn't be like when we recuse off of an item here and then there are 4 left to vote. You said that person has to be replaced.
If they actually heard the appeal and it was discovered that they did have interest, they would have to be removed entirely from the board. It wouldn't just negate the decision.
But you said I thought I heard you say they'd have to be replaced. So you have to find somebody to take that seat?
So the The basic outline is you have 5, just as you sit now, and only 3 are required to hear an appeal. So if somebody had an issue, they wouldn't have to be present as long as there were 3 other board members
Okay,
present.
got it.
And then I have a quick question on that.
Mhm.
Do they have to be removed from the entire process or only the specific one that has to do with them?
Only
Or-
the specific one that had to do
Okay.
with them.
Thank you.
The disqualification portion came from if somebody was within an arm's length and they sat through that appeal, then they would be disqualified from that entire board, and they
Okay.
wouldn't be able to sit as an assessment board
Okay,
human.
understood. Thank you.
One other question.
Mm-hmm.
So you have an area that was hit by many factors. Do you take those factors in your comparables to the assessment of that property? Let's say you have a big fire. Let's say you have an industry loss. Let's say you have downturn in market. All those things, would you treat them any different than you would a regular?
Supervisor Brownfield?
Yep, can you hear me? Did you get it? Okay. Just,
The idea of that is that it would be reflected already in market sales that have happened. So in the event where there's a big fire, it's not appropriate to go back to pre-fire, but anything that happened after that, the market sales that have happened would be
Adjust.
good indicators of the market at that time. So it's taken into consideration in that manner of, say, if I'm going to reassess something in Trinity Center, I'm not going to go back to the river fire and pre. I'm going to go forward after that event has already happened and it's being reflected in market sales.
okay. Move
Maybe.
forward.
The clerk of the board's duties. They are responsible for scheduling and keeping a record of the Assessment Appeals Board hearings. These hearings can happen at any time as long as they're recorded. They can provide public notice of appeals board meetings to equalize the assessments, accept the applications from the taxpayers, and provide the copies to the assessor. They have the responsibility of ensuring that the applications are complete. The Revenue and Taxation Code has certain requirements of which portions of that form must be completed. They notify the applicant or the representative in writing of the hearing date at least 45 days prior to that hearing date. They have the responsibility of monitoring training in the event that there was a separate appeals board. They would be responsible for tracking that and tracking their terms. They maintain the copies of the evidence presented at the hearings and make record of the board's final decision. They have the responsibility of transmitting the findings of fact when requested on the application. And they also deliver a statement to the county auditor with all the rule corrections required by any changes made in an appeal hearing. I included a section on testimony with legalities. The most important part that I found in all of this was that the applicant or the representative must be present, as well as the assessor or their representative. Either one can be represented by legal counsel, but everybody has to be present. If an applicant does not show up to their appeal hearing, the appeal is thrown out due to not showing up. And so the county opinion prevails.
And do those individuals have to show up in person, or is Zoom allowed?
As far as I could tell, Zoom is allowed. Did you have a question, Rick?
That was it. Thank you.
The hearing procedure, everybody must be present. Either party can be represented by legal counsel, and the hearings are open to the public with the exception that if the applicant files a request with proper backup that, their testimony may be related to trade secrets that could be made public, then it can be secret, but they are generally open to the public. There must be a quorum, meaning 3 or more. The Assessment Appeals Board shall determine the value of the individual property, and they're not limited to the applicant's opinion as stated in the application. So they could go anywhere on the spectrum of all the way down to the applicant's opinion, all the way up to the assessor's opinion, or somewhere in between. They can't go above the assessor's opinion unless the assessor has notified them, the applicant, that they are requesting a higher value. The appeals board decision shall be supported by the weight of the evidence. The board has the option of announcing their decision at the end of the hearing, or they can take the case under consideration. Law says they have to provide a notice of decision no later than 120 days after the hearing, and the board's decision is final.
I have one question on that last slide. On
Okay.
number 2 there, it says that with proper noticing to applicant, the applicant is not present at the time of the hearing, the application will be denied for lack of appearance. What happens if the applicant lived in New York, we'll say Trinity Center, comes out here for, a month, a year?
I believe they're allowed to be.
Is there any waiver of that? Perhaps to say I wanted my lawyer to represent me, me not have to miss work for 3 days because I live on the East Coast, we'll say. Is there any room in there?
I would have to go back through RNT code, but I believe they can be present via Zoom.
Oh, very good.
But I'm not sure if it specifies that they can only be present by representation by their legal representative.
That'd be good to know. Yeah, I think if they were there by Zoom, they should be there. Fair enough.
See if it's legal, and then if it is. Supervisor Leutwiler?
Yes, I have a few questions. You've answered a lot that I had coming in, but one is, do the time frame for responding start from the date the appeal is received, or when the period to submit appeals is closed?
Do you mean when we get an application, do we respond immediately or do we wait until November 30th?
I'm talking about the 2-year clock.
Okay, the
If we-
2-year
if you
clock.
So if I have from January to June to submit my appeal, and I submit it in January, is that when my 2-year clock starts, or does it start in June because that's the end of that appeal period?
It starts when you file your appeal.
Thank you. And what happens to the tax payments during the 2 years? So I'm back in this, I'm the person. So I've submitted and I've got to wait 2 years for you, for this group or you to decide and see if we can come to agreement. Am I having to pay at the assessed rate until then?
Correct.
Okay, and then if it turns out that my appeal was granted and it came back to either what I thought or just some lesser amount, is that difference credited to me because it was under appeal during the time I was paying it?
You would be due a refund.
Okay, thank you. And I think you already answered. I had some details in there that I think you may have responded to it too as well, but kind of just looking for the aging of these to know, but just generally knowing that there's a 2-year period, you have some carried over from last year. You said that number was 23 versus what we'd seen in the document?
23 were filed for 2025.
Yeah.
76 were filed for 2024. So the
And then-
bulk of the holdover is from 2024.
And then the 4 withdrawals.
The
Yeah.
4 withdrawals I've
Okay.
requested but haven't received back.
Yeah. Okay. And is the time that we take to do this, I know doing the appraisals and all that kind of stuff is, you got to gather a lot of data and do the assessments and all that. I've learned more about that since my wife got into the real estate business. Is the timing that we have of taking as long as the 2 years that's allowed just bandwidth? It's just that's how much we have, so many incoming and we have so much staff, and it's all just, we're doing them as fast as we can kind of a thing?
That is accurate.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think one of the things that's interesting with this presentation, we had public comment before about, because there was such volume, that we should consider having, maybe a separate board of equalization so that we don't have to rely on this board. The things I'm hearing, one, not many of them actually end up in here because we work them out. And two, if you wanted to set up this separate board, then they've got to go through some pretty significant training. They got to pass with 80% right. And you could have relied on that to happen, and then they fail, and then you have to start over again. So it doesn't sound to me like this is a direction that we want to head, but I'm glad that we have this information to consider.
Are there any other questions of the board at this time?
But the board, I don't think, has to go through those trainings.
They do.
They do? No, they don't have to.
Yeah, you
They don't.
It's recommended, it's not required.
Right, that was what we're saying. If we choose that, that's the board.
Okay, well, I would offer from experience, I can't imagine going through that without the training.
That's why it's highly recommended.
Any further questions from the board at this time? We will have public comment on this item. We may need you, so don't go far. Is there any public comment in the room on this item?
Hello, I'm Chris Losi. I represent numerous property owners on tax appeals in Trinity County, and I also work with an attorney who represents others. Before about 10 years ago, I actually worked in Nevada and Arizona, Phoenix, Tucson, Clark County, and Reno on property tax appeals. The concepts are the same, valuation's pretty much the same everywhere. The rules and the process do change, so California's got a different process. Most states have a much quicker appeals process, and so I think the main thing, really two kind of points I wanted to raise, and one is, of course, the frustration, as you can imagine, for some individuals who've put in appeals. In many cases, Maddie mentioned there were 76 appeals in 2024, so those individuals, I believe, are still waiting. Some of them, of course, did get reductions from the county through the informal process, and and that was certainly appreciated. But many others did not. And so I guess I'll just lead with the fact that I was dismayed to hear that the assessor said that she doesn't anticipate any hearings before July 1st. A couple points, of course. One, that individuals who've been paying their taxes, in some cases now for 2 years, are in many cases really struggling with what in some cases certainly is an overpayment, that they're going to have to wait a couple of years to get the refund. So I think for consideration for just, justice, it's better to have those appeals decided before this board or the Board of Equalization more quickly than less quickly. And so I would really encourage them to be done more quickly. Also, from a simple practicality perspective, if you think about it, someone who filed their 2024 appeals at the end of November, which is the deadline, has until the end of November this year to have a decision made. There are only 10 Board of Supervisors meetings between July 1st and November 31st. So to be able to do 76 or even half of those in those 10 sessions, this board, I would think, would be very hard. I would encourage the assessor to prioritize before this board the individuals who applied who did not get any reduction. Also, I would encourage them to engage the agent where an agent has been appointed, an agent or attorney. Encourage them to please involve the agent. Many of these decisions were made in July of last year, but the agents were not informed until just recently.
Thank you. Your time.
I wasn't realizing, I didn't see the time for the whole thing, so I didn't realize until the last minute that I was on a 3-minute, so I don't usually do the 3 minutes, so.
Thank you.
If there's a possibility of extension, I do have more, but.
Thank you. You can submit them in writing if you'd like. Is there any more public comment in the room? Seeing none, any online?
I show no raised hands.
Okay, thank you. We will now close public comment, and I will bring this back to the board. This is
Chair, if I could, and council and CAO Ted Hill can confirm, but the one appeal that I did sit in was not in conjunction with a board meeting. It's a special meeting that gets agendized if that brings any level of comfort. Okay.
Do we have any further questions from the board at this time? No? We will.
Thank you.
This is not a motion item, but we do have the opportunity to adhere to or go with the department recommendation of the staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors continue to serve in its capacity as the County Board of Equalization, and I am in concurrence with that. We will move forward in that. Thank you. We will now move to item E4, authorize the chairman to sign the declaration agreement for the 2025 Trinity County Community Wildfire Protection Plan. And we will receive a presentation on that. Hello, Skylar.
Hello.
It's good to see you.
It's nice to see you too. I didn't realize I was coming on such an exciting board day. I hope I can keep energy going. So, hello, my name is Skylar Fisher. I work with the Trinity County Resource Conservation District as the County Fire Safe Council Coordinator. So this is a program housed under the RCD, but like I always like to say, if you're interested in reducing wildfire risk, improving wildfire resiliency in the county, you are also part of the County Fire Safe Council. So today I am going to talk a little bit about our 2025 Trinity County Community Wildfire Protection Plan update. And as Chair Carpenter Harris described, I'm going to be requesting a signature from the board as in agreement to the document. But before I ask that, I figure I can give some context to the document and the project we've been engaged in for the past 2.5 or so years. So as some background, what is the purpose of a Community Wildfire Protection Plan, or CWPP? So the purpose of the document is to identify values at risk within Trinity County. So typically structures like critical infrastructure or roads or communities which are at risk to wildfire. And then during that process, also engaging the community to understand what priority projects individual communities have to reduce wildfire risk, promote resiliency, and then what type of projects. So not just where they want projects implemented, but what type of fuels treatment they would like. So for example, like roadside shaded fuel break, prescribed fire, and then looking, it's pretty cool because our first CWPP was drafted in 2000, and we've kept a pretty consistent 5-year update schedule. So through these documents, you can see wildfire resilience has been a community priority throughout the process, but the type of projects that are proposed have evolved and changed. So that gets into our history. So the first plan began development in 1998, and was led through a series of community meetings. So in that first planning process, there were about 15 community meetings across the county to understand what those community concerns were and where the priority project areas are. And that was done through discussions, but also we brought large paper maps, put them on tables, and then everybody drew out where their projects were. In addition to that, there was a 2-day workshop with agency partners, so we got the agency feedback as well. And so, as I said earlier, we've been maintaining a 5-year update schedule. So we have that original 2000 draft, and then in 2005, 2015, and then 2020. And so about 2023, that summer, our team began the planning process for the 2025 update. So we had about 11 community meetings and then 2 other community engagements through that initial community outreach process where we did similar map drawing exercises and heard what the general community concerns were. And we went back to the desk, did some plan writing, and then at the end of 2024, beginning of 2025, CAL FIRE released a new CWPP toolkit. So recommendations from CAL FIRE on what topics or different things to analyze within a community wildfire protection plan. So we took that in and started following that new guidance to make sure that it was incorporated within our document. And then last summer, we held a partner meeting. So once we had a lot of the preliminary documents and findings prepared, we hosted a meeting where we invited tribal, local, federal, and state partners to attend and hear and provide feedback on those initial findings for the document. So since we now were guided by CAL FIRE's toolkit and recommendations, combined with the over a dozen community engagements we had the summer, 2 summers before, we had a lot new content within the 2025 plan. And so major changes from previous iterations of the CWPP. We now have a vulnerability assessment. We look more closely at the impacts of different hazards on wildfire risk, as well as wildfires compounding impact on other hazard risk. We look at modern land use impacts, logging, mining, that kind of thing, and how it plays into wildfire risk within our county. In addition, expanding off of what is a collection of priority projects by the 5 regions of the county, we now also have an action plan. So not just here is a list of all the projects by region that folks want implemented, but also some additional goals such as maintaining monthly fire safe council meetings, identifying a funding source for home hardening retrofits to support residents. One of the actions that we got after the public review period was vehicle abatement for vehicles along evacuation routes, how that is an obstruction to potential evacuation. So all of these other projects in addition to the implementation of fuels reduction. So that's all to say, the July 2025 partner meeting was very productive. We received a lot of great input, went back to the desk, wrote a whole lot, and then prepared for a formal internal draft of the document, had that available for partners for about a month, went back, wrote again, and prepared the public review version of the draft. And that went out mid-November of 2025. We had a month-long public review period, and we timed that with 5 community meetings, which were super fun because they were also evacuation board game themed. So you could play evacuation board game, learn about the CWPP. What better way to spend a weeknight? I'm not sure. So we had those. We had the CWPP across the county, 1 in each district, and we received some feedback. As I alluded to, we have now an additional action for the vehicle abatement, explicitly calling out tribal partners by name and any actions referring to the importance of tribal partnership. And then also we updated the maps for the sake of clarity. And so after that process, we updated the plan one more time and then prepared it for the final board review. So the County Board of Supervisors is not the only board that we request to sign on for the declaration of agreement. We've also reached out to the County Fire Chiefs Association, County Fire Safe Council, and CAL FIRE Shasta Trinity. And so this request is asking to sign on, acknowledging that this plan was made in collaboration with the many communities within Trinity, that it identifies priority areas for fuels treatment, and then also outlines actions to reduce wildfire risk within Trinity County. So it's very exciting. We've had signatures from the other agencies, so CAL FIRE, Shasta Trinity, the County Fire Safe Council, and from the County Chiefs Association. So I'm coming to you today to answer any questions, but also request that the County Board of Supervisors also signs on an agreement. Thank you.
Do we have any questions at this time? No questions. Thank you for that wonderful presentation. I will ask for a motion.
I would love to make that motion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
I've neglected. We would need to have public comment at this time. Do we have any public comment in the room on this topic, on this agenda item? Seeing none, public comment online?
I show no raised hands.
Okay. Thank you. I'll bring that back to the board and ask for a motion.
yeah, I'd like to make the motion to adopt the document, please.
I will second.
Second.
I just
And
want to
this-
say, oh, sorry. Uh, As a member of the Fire Safe Council, designated from this board for 5 years, I have watched Skylar take this document from what it was before she was designated into her position, and move it forward with the, I'm going to call them improvements that you have talked about. You called them inclusions. This has been an enormous amount of work on her part, and her goal of putting some energy to build some energy with other folks into this has been huge, because it does require participation in order to be the valid document that it is. And in case folks listening are not aware, this document is the one that allows us to apply for various grants and other funding opportunities in order to put these particular projects in place. Without this document, we don't have a basis to say you've got community feedback and input and agreement into these are where our vulnerabilities lie, and these are the mechanisms that we collectively agree should be in place in order to best protect our communities. So it's an enormous amount of work, and it's desperately needed and really appreciated. And I just also want to just give a shout out to Pat Frost. We have the longest standing fire safe council in the entire state. And that is his foresight and effort. And he still sits on the fire safe council and, feeds history and local knowledge and wisdom into how we proceed in these. So Skylar, thank you for your work. And it's a joy to receive this document and sign on to it today.
Thank you.
Any further comments?
I do.
Supervisor Leither?
Yeah, just a couple things. I want to, first of all, thank you. I was fascinated reading through this document. I kept reading, thinking, how long is this thing? It's pretty long. But some of the information there was just very insightful and informative. I think, some of the stuff stuck out. I might get my numbers wrong, but my recollection is the county should expect or can expect $547,000 a year in damages due to landslides. Just landslides. That even though we feel like we have a ton of fires, and we have, and that volume of fires and the amount of acreage burned was exponentially higher in the last decade than in the decade before, we still have probably missed out on 5 to 10 fires that would have, quote, naturally occurred in our area if we hadn't been, managing them the way we are. And so some of this just, I thought it was very helpful for people to see. One thing in particular I wanted to call out is that if I've got the numbers right, on page 163 of the document, which is page 301 of our agenda package, is a residents action plan. And the council has been great about putting out information in the past about things that people can do. But again, there's just one more way in which you take all of this together and all the things that are being done for us and around us. But this was specifically calling out what we can do. And so I was able to speak with Skylar briefly during a break, and she did say that at some point they plan to, share that information more than digging through the 200 and some page document. But anyway, thank you. Great information. I appreciate all the hard work.
Any further comments? I will just add to the praises of this effort. If you have the opportunity and you have not yet gone to a fire safe council meeting in your community when they bring these maps out, it just is really fun to stand around the tables with your neighbors. You have really good conversations and explore your landscape kind of from that above view. I've always enjoyed that opportunity. I also want to say that you can thank this group of people who've done this tremendous amount of work, because you do, in fact, get a discount on your insurance if you can say you live in a fire-wise community. So that's one of the things that having this and this work being done benefits everyone, even if they've never gone to a single meeting. So I thank you for lifting some of that. I also want to say thank you because starting something new, as Jill mentioned, or Supervisor Cox mentioned, we have the oldest standing fire safe council, but we've had to spread that through some of our more rural communities. And it is a challenge to get people to come to meetings at, in the evenings on work days. And And I have, I just want to applaud that consistent, tenacious effort to get folks to engage. And it supports us all. So that is my comment, and we'll call for a vote. Make a motion. We have the motion. We'll call for a
think we
vote.
have that.
Yep.
Supervisor Lutwiler?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Brownfield?
Aye.
Chair Carpenter Harrison?
Aye. Thank you. Thank you for everything. We'll get that signature for you. Thank you. We will now hear item number E5, County Administrative Officer, receive an update on the Trinity County 2024-2029 strategic plan. CEO Tuthill.
Thank you, Chair. I will refer you to the document that's identified in the staff report. It's available online. I'll make references to some page numbers throughout this. I'm going to go over this very generally and very generically. Please feel free to stop and ask questions all you want. If individually or as a group you want to do a deeper dive, I'm happy to do that at any time. The last update to the board was on September 2nd, 2025. At that point in time, we were 29% complete with the strategic plan. As you'll see on the PDF document, page 5, we're now at 35% complete. Overall, I think on a 5-year plan that we just implemented, that is pretty good progress, pretty solid progress. I'm pretty happy with where we're at. But we're still like in the implementation phases of this. We're really not at the phase where, you know, it's just a process that's in place and it's ingrained and everybody knows about it. So we're very much still in the implementation phases of conceptually, how do you run a strategic plan? How do you use it? How do you tie it to budget? How do you tie it to other decisions? We're still very much in that learning phase. So I would encourage the board to continue with the strategic plan and the focus on that. And when priority decisions are made, always lean back on the plan. I do want to call your attention to some specific areas. So I referenced page 5, we're 35% complete. If you go to page 9, key result number 1, which is develop a strategy to provide access to prompt 911 services in outlying areas. This I equate directly to our emergency communication project we got going on right now. And I think we're making some good progress on that. So again, most, if not all items that your staff does can be tied to one of these key results, one of the objectives, or one of the lines of effort. So that's kind of what the focus is and what I try to emphasize to staff whenever we talk about the strategic plan. So I'll move on to page 13, and please stop me anytime if you guys want to talk about any of these, but I don't plan on hitting all of them because we got lots of other stuff to do. So page 13, key result number 1, which is develop a public outreach and engagement strategy to regularly share county accomplishments and challenges, facilitate dialogue, and raise awareness with the goal of creating a strong sense of community within the county. For that one, I think you're all aware of our social media presence we have now, the fact that we have an ability to release periodic press releases on a normal process. That process is in place. The monthly newsletter is out there. That's been going on now for about 14 months. And again, that process is in place. It's pretty ingrained. And we do have, it's not huge numbers, but we have about 380 followers on the social media. It is a method to get information out. Those numbers have continually have grown. So again, I think it's all good progress. Moving on to page 18 on the document, and it is key results 1 and 2. Ensure the general plan update continues on time, target, and budget for quality deliverables. And then key result 2 is update the housing element of the general plan. So as you know, which is a very big accomplishment, our housing element is in fact approved. It's done. HED is, it's all that is signed, sealed, and delivered. So we are done with that key result. which is a huge accomplishment. The general plan update continues. There was the last planning commission meeting, and Drew has mentioned this at different times. They had a fun 9-hour session to go over the zoning code, tied to the general plan. There are some big muscle movements that we've talked about that are ahead of this board in 2026, but we're making good progress towards getting there. And by the end of 2026, if we stay on schedule, this board will have the opportunity to make a decision on adopting the general plan and adopting the EIR associated with that. So we'll continue to work that, but I'm very pleased with the progress we've been making and where we're at on that big project. Page 20, key result number 1, oversee the investment of TOT funds to ensure Trinity County is effectively promoted as a destination for arts, culture, recreation, and adventure. This board just went through that process. There were $70,000 of TOT funds that were available for distribution. And, I would say it was a pretty extensive process we went through, but very methodical, very pointed. And I think we reached a good end state. But again, good progress on that goal. And technically you could probably say it is much more complete than that. But I view these as cyclical and they're sustaining. So unless it's really a one-time effort, I would like us to keep that on there so we keep the focus there and not just, give us too many pats on the back and say we're done with that one and get it off the list. But it's kind of a sustaining key result that we need to keep focus on, as a lot of these are. Now we'll move to page 22, key result 1 and 2. So key result 1 is process equal compliant permit applications in a manner that reflects the interest of our community as a whole. And key result 2 is keep the public informed and seek input regarding a fully functioning legal cannabis industry program, including regulations and policies with a view towards safety and effective risk management. I think on both these areas, we've made significant strides over the last couple of years. We have a very solid program right now, holding steady at about that 330 licenses. And the program is in a much better position than it was 3 to 5 years ago. So again, very happy with the focus on this and where we're at and where we're going with the full Chapter 17 rewrite, which will include the cannabis section of that, which is all coming forward to various public forums in the future, trying to incorporate that feedback that we've received from different entities, and again, make the program even better than it is now. So I'm hopeful we can keep on track there, but I'm happy with the progress that we have made. And then I'll turn to reference sheet of page 29, key result 2, which is upgrade county technology infrastructure and use social media for increased community engagement. So I touched on the social media a little bit already, but the technology and infrastructure, in our last budget adoption, there were some comments about information technology and the budget associated with that and our focus on that and the importance of that. And it is an important focus. As you recall, in July of 23, we unfortunately had a cyber attack incident, but since then, we have had a concerted effort to ensure that our system is as secure as it can be. We have right now, we have 24/7, 365, security operations center monitoring, from an outside entity through the state, which we're grateful for that partnership. We have a lot of additional security measures that have put in place for automatically finding threats where, a body doesn't have to be out doing that, but it's just automatic. The system is doing that through different platforms. And we have a plan to upgrade infrastructure to actual, hardware that's being updated. The IT folks have been doing that. We've got some small projects, from just increase in memory, to large infrastructure projects that'll be going on this summer. You'll see it in the courthouse. You'll see cranes around the courthouse. We'll have new AC units that are going to be dumped in there to ensure that the server room that is there maintains proper cooling. And you would think that's an easy project, but it's not, and it's expensive. But with the partnerships we have and some of the funding we've been able to attain, we'll make that happen, and we'll be in a much better position than we previously were. Not that those things wouldn't have happened anyways, but when you have a strategic plan like this and you can actually track it and you can actually, reference back to it and keep those items in all of our forefront as we make decisions, it's helpful. So with that, I will pause and take any comments you may have or direction that you may want to provide at this time.
Do we have any questions from the board at this time? Seeing none, we will take public comment on this item. Is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none, is there any online?
I show no raised hands.
I will bring it back to the board then.
I just comment if I may. I'd already reached out to CAO Tuthill, but I applaud the work that we've done. I'm glad to hear you acknowledge it the way you did. We're still in the kind of early adoption, early implementation of this. It's still something that is becoming part of our DNA instead of something we've been living out for a long time. But it's really impressive to see how much progress has been made over these last few years. Because I remember before you came in and having some meetings with department heads trying to, get this from pieces of paper that the board waved their wand over to actually something happening, and we're so far ahead of that. Part of my outreach to CEO Tuthill was to say, especially with his upcoming departure, I really want to do a little bit deeper dive, just personally, and I don't know who else does, because there's a lot of, when you go deeper, there's a lot, but I would like to know more about what is the next level down. When we say, here's this big category and we're 20%, or this big category and we're 30%, like, what are those specific things that we have there, and where are we against those, and so forth? Because, the department heads obviously own this stuff, but it's, in part, where we are in part because of Trent. And so when he's leaving, I just want to make sure we don't lose that understanding. And we, before too long, we'll need to be having a deeper dive at the board level just to make sure, are we still where we want to be? So anyway, I don't want to, if the whole board wants a deeper dive, we could just schedule that. If it's just one or two of us, then, you can let us know the best way to do that so that we don't take up too much of staff time. But I definitely would like to look a little deeper, and even if that's just to get the directions on access to the system, because I know we now have a platform, thank goodness, that we didn't have when we started, that you can actually just go into yourself. And so if we have that access and you can just point me in that direction, I can do my own homework and just ask questions. So.
I'm in for that deeper dive.
Me too. And access. Yep.
I will work on that and figure out a plan.
Thank you. So that is our direction to staff. We want to have a deeper dive. All right. We will now move to item E6, County Administrative Officer receive a mid-year budget review.
Thank you, Chair. So as we've done the last couple of years, we have a mid-year budget review that's presented for you today. There's some information that's contained in the staff report. Susie and the entire fiscal staff and all the departments have been part of this, and some of them probably trickle in here, and then the remainder will be online, pending any of your questions. But in general terms, at the 6-month point into the fiscal year, which is when this data was pulled, we're doing okay. There are some areas that we will continue to watch that are identified in the staff report and the documents that are in front of you. There are some areas that we don't have any concerns about, and we're pretty much right on track with. There are, just a few areas that we may have a little more revenue coming in than we were expecting. But overall, we are doing quite well for the 25-26 budget cycle and budget season. That's due to a lot of planning. That's due to the staff that's here in front of you today. That's due to a lot of diligence from the fiscal team, who is in this literally, every day, every hour of their day, and making sure that we are 100% compliant and we are in accordance with what we told you we were going to be doing, back when you adopted this budget in early October. So with that, we can go by exception, Chair. We can just take questions. We can really run this how you want to. My proposal would be, we just kind of go through the Excel document that has all the areas highlighted. There's a Word document with those areas where we've identified that there are some, areas where we have some homework to do still. And if we have further concerns with those, we'll bring those back. There have been no contingency requests to date. There will be by the time the end of fiscal year comes around. I can, sit here and assure you of that and guarantee you of that. There will be some, but we have a fairly healthy contingency percentage for where we're at, and we'll work through that as appropriate. But if you want to just go through that Word document, we can run down that real quickly. And then just by exception, you can ask questions, and then staff can provide any input to address those questions, if that's adequate.
Yes, that seems a good method to go forward.
Okay.
Are we in agreement? Yes, okay. Advance.
Step out quick. Keep going. You want to take a quick recess or just keep?
Yes, as per request of the board, we'll take a 10-minute recess. We'll come back at 2:17. Sorry, we need to stand up for a second. We will now reconvene the Board of Supervisors meeting for Trinity County, and we will be picking up at item E6, receive a mid-year budget review for FY 25 and 26. Is someone beeping? You hear that?
Services is on it.
Okay, thank you. That was strange.
Not sure what it is, but general services is on it. All right. As Trent introduced, our overall, we're looking pretty good. In your board packet, it was a few documents. There's a Excel one that just lists budgeted revenue, budgeted expenditures, anticipated, or where we are as of January 9th, so at that mid-year range. I will note there is a typo in that document in the column heading. The second to last column should be year-to-date expenditures as of 1/9/26, not year-to-date revenues. The figures in there are the expenditures. The data is correct. The column heading was a copy and paste error. So we're gonna, so in that, when we were looking at where we are to date, we looked at departments who have not realized 40% or more of their revenues as of mid-year, and departments who have expended 55% or more of their expenditure appropriations. Those departments that's the red highlighting on that one. We then took and created a secondary document that, actually two secondary documents that give explanations, more detail for those departments that we've identified in red that are either under collected or over expended as of mid-year, just in looking at numbers. There's a lot of reasons why. A lot of it has to do with, for revenues, it has to do with timing of billing. When I pulled data in the beginning of January through December, those departments that bill quarterly have not had a chance to bill. They haven't even had a chance to bill second quarter, let alone receive second quarter payments yet. So that causes them to look like they're under budget when really they're trending okay. Expenditures, we also have instances where departments have large one-time payments that post in the beginning of the fiscal year, which then skews their expenditure budget appropriation. So all of those are the things that I look at. I work with the departments to review and get some information from them on why are we there. And that's why you'll see the majority of the responses and the comments for those departments that were either under revenue or over expenditures are that we have no concerns at this point. There was a one-time expense that posted and the rest of their budget is sufficient to get them through the year. They haven't had a chance to do second quarter billings yet, or they haven't come in yet. Sometimes, depending on their revenue stream, they may have done first quarter billing, but that may not have even been received yet. But they know it's there, it's coming. It's just we're waiting on the state, we're waiting on the feds, we're waiting on the granting agency kind of thing. So we'll quickly run through the revenue ones, which starts on page 351 of the packet. That first page, all of those are trending in normal. They're on par with prior years. There's no concerns at this point with them being able to meet their budget. As we roll into the next page, we'll pause for a second at general assistance. That one has a really small revenue budget of $3,000. It was really hard to determine if we will actually get it. It's a really hard revenue number to estimate because it's contingent upon our population that is eligible for general assistance being able to pay back that loan. And so we're watching it, the department's watching it. They're anticipating that there will be a shortage in money in that their expenditures will be short enough to offset their revenue shortage. And so they won't need additional general fund at this point, but I'll circle back with them as we move into fourth quarter and see if we're still trending in that direction. building and development, environmental health, planning and zoning, those all fall under community development. They are seeing revenue shortages at this point. I have meetings scheduled with them later this week and next week to kind of do an even deeper dive on their budgets and see where we are. I anticipate that this area is one of the areas that you will see some contingency requests coming back to you. Like Trent mentioned, we will have contingency requests before the end of the year. This is one of the areas where we're anticipating them. Probation is anticipating that their Medi-Cal billings revenue coming back in will be short this year. But right now, they believe that they will have sufficient expenditure shortage to be able to offset that. I'll continue to monitor, to work with Mickey and Ruby and their fiscal staff, and we'll keep you guys updated if we're seeing a shortage that needs contingency. But right now, they believe they're going to be okay. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Treasure, jail, code enforcement are all looking okay. Search and rescue. So that's it for the general fund. So we just have those few areas. Now we're gonna dive into the non-general fund departments, which is where we really see that timing billing issue, that delay of why they're short. No major issues with any micrographics, auto records, general reserve, debt services, community domestic violence trust, courthouse construction trust, public defender realignment, law library, EMS, physicians, hospital or discretionary, Trinity County Waterworks, county building program, Fish and Game Commission, vehicle abatement. The American Rescue Plan Act is actually our LATCF funds. That one's showing 0, and that's because the loan from cannabis doesn't typically, the only revenue budgeted there is the loan payment from cannabis, and that doesn't post till the end of the fiscal year. Landfill closure, Title III forest reserves, working cap, motor pool, cemeteries, child support, victim witness DA, no concerns. Emergent OES, tobacco, both tobacco programs, WIC, health department, welfare department. There's no concerns with those at this point. Categorical AIDS, housing, realignment, HPP, pandemic, CDC, public health, emergency preparedness, behavioral health, alcohol, other drugs, Cedar Hall Maintenance Fund, DHS realignment, mental health services, reserve, Alpine House, all of the other mental health feeder funds. There's a few of those that the department is watching closely. There may be some shortage, but it shouldn't be significant, and they are working on plans to be able to offset. And so I'll continue to work with them and see if they need any assistance from us. Not from a general fund perspective. Natural resources and the Coupa rural reimbursement grant, those fall under community development. There's some potential shortages there. And so that's part of my meetings with community development later this week and tomorrow, tomorrow and next week. We'll go through those. General plan update, cannabis, path justice involved round 3. That's probation's path money, local community corrections realignment, juvenile justice realignment. Then we get down into roads, airports, special aviation, public works, all of that. There's no concerns on any of those. Now, I know I breezed over those really quickly.
Do we have any
Are there
questions
any
on those that were
specific
presented
questions
on so far?
on the revenue side before I jump over?
Everyone seems fine. Continue.
Perfect. So then the next document that was attached, starts on page 363 of the packet, is the expenditure comment. So this is when expenditures have exceeded 55% of budget, and the explanations as to why they are. None of these we don't have any major concerns with any of these. A lot of them have to do with the bulk of their budget being a transfer out, and that's a one-time thing that typically happens in the beginning of the year for cash capacity, or because it's only a one-time transfer that's going out, like on the CDBG program income. It was a one-time transfer of CDBG funds over to our grants admin fund to pay for the CDBG activity that had happened. Road department does transfers for cash capacity to be able from their reserves. And so those transfers happen at the beginning of the year, and then they get replenished as we move towards the end of the year if revenues all come in as expected. The one expenditure one that I will highlight and talk a little more detail for you is the insurance risk management one, because that one looks really funky in that we have negative expenditures to the tune of 275% negative. That is because of the way that we allocate insurance premiums out to our departments.
Oh, okay.
So we pay our insurance premiums to Trindle from the risk management department in whole. We then do a journal entry to to move those expenditures from risk management out to the appropriate budget units. We do that journal entry once per year, but we pay our insurance premiums in 2 installments. So in order to pay the first installment of our insurance premiums, we have to post the journal entry to allocate 100% of what we're allocating out. So more expense gets transferred out to the departments than has actually posted to the insurance risk management budget at that time. In April, when we pay our second installment of insurance premiums to Trindle, this number corrects itself and then becomes normal. And
That happens every year.
that happens every year. And that's all I have for you, unless you have any specific questions.
Are there any further questions? Any comments from CIO department?
No comments. I'd just like to, thank the staff who's here and thank all of the staff who works on this every single day. It's a big lift and it's a big deal. But like I said in my opening remarks, I think we're in a fairly decent position right now. And we will keep you appraised, as soon as we have concerns or as soon as we know of contingency requests. We're certainly not going to hold those. But, that you shouldn't see any until, at least the end of the third quarter, maybe beginning of the fourth quarter type of time frame. And then we'll bring those forward appropriately after we've done everything we can within that budget unit, to make adjustments to either, curb expenditures to what we know the revenues are going to be adjusted to, or, if we just can't do anything, then we'll come back. But there'll be good rationale, good reasons, and you'll know, what's happened.
Thank you.
Do we have any guess or idea? Sorry. What our insurance premiums will go up? You mentioned earlier, we'll probably see a rise. And
It's really hard to tell right now. A lot of it is being driven by the larger insurance market. So Trindle's not our actual insurance carrier. Prism's not our actual insurance carriers. I mean, they've got actual, the Lloyd's of London's of the world and the big insurance providers out there. Those are our actual insurance carriers. And in that market, it's really driven by what's happening, not only in the United States, but really globally. So it's really hard to tell, if we get another catastrophe, another natural disaster, and a lot of the insurance companies are in a different position than right now. I don't know, I don't anticipate, it's going to be bigger than what we saw last year. But, I don't know. Some of the way the premiums are figured is based upon our run loss history. So that's 7 years of run loss and those numbers of claims. We have had a couple of these settlements, get pretty close to being finished up, and they will hit all the insurance pools and everything this year, which will then affect our rates next year. So with 3 of those of 4 basically, being in that category, we're going to see some of that. But, whether it's 500,000 or 250 or 100, can't sit here and really honestly tell you exactly what it's gonna be.
In that 7-year block, do we have anything dropping off anytime soon that was?
We always have stuff dropping off, you know, it's just because it's a 7-year rolling average. We have some decent size, you know, claims dropping off, but we have some big ones that got a couple years left on them still.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now hear public comment on this item. Is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none, any public comment online?
Ben Kellogg?
Good afternoon again, Ben Kellogg, Weaverville. I
We can-
actually,
We can't hear you. Try again.
can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'd actually like to thank Trent for his leadership in getting this budget staying on the rails. You know, so far so good. But I feel like we have a huge opportunity since we're talking about budgets for next year with the Citizens 1% tax initiative. We had the opportunity to basically fund the library, fund the animal shelter, and fund our volunteer fire departments. But unfortunately, and I don't like using these words, but I feel like the process was kneecapped in a way. We had an unfortunate circumstance where we had a fire chief, not to be named, who wasn't for the initiative. So as the county fire chief goes, the rest of the fire chiefs went and did not approve of the initiative, and it kind of failed there. But what gets me is that we had some misinformation. I'm not going to say it was, you know, purposeful, because I don't think it was, where questions were asked about the initiative, and we had one supervisor that was giving incorrect information. But then we had another supervisor who unfortunately came and said, basically, we as a county don't want you to approve this initiative going forward because we want, as a county, the only bite of the apple if we need it to put a tax initiative on the ballot. That would have solved the animal shelter, that would have, and would have done the library also for years. Would have been $1 million influx, you know, first year. And I feel that if we had had that money, then it had passed, things would be looking a lot better for next year. And I feel that people got over their skis a little bit, and the county got over their skis because of the comments that were made. This was a good faith effort by citizens in the community. The county asked, well, how can we bring an influx of money so that we don't have to do this every year? And this was the solution. And it got kneecapped. It absolutely got kneecapped. And it's unfortunate, and it still irritates me because now we're talking about deficits and other things. Thank you.
Any other comments online?
I show no other raised hands.
Okay. Thank you. We will now close public comment, bring it back to the board. Are there any further questions from the board at this time?
Comments?
Comments are being received? Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to echo what I was hearing from others, but I was speaking with Susie, and she knows that usually when numbers come out, she gets 1 million questions from me. And about 1 million of them ran through my head when I looked at the data, and then when I looked at the rest of the work that had been done that explained how the county had looked into the variances, understood the variances, where it's taking action to identify the ones that needed a deeper dive. I came away with a very small number of questions, but mainly I just felt really confident about the work that's being done. And this is coming from a time when we used to not have mid-year reviews, or the mid-year reviews were, to me at least, nothing like what we're seeing now. This to me looks like a true look at where we are so that we have a heads up well in advance of the end of the year. And I think it just reflects as noted, a lot of hard work by everybody, which is much appreciated. And I'm just very grateful. Thank you.
Any further comments?
One comment,
Please.
because I wish that all of you could see the view that we see,
I was just gonna say.
because you all look really wonderful.
Yes.
You are the people that show up every day with all of the staff, that you give direction and you make these outcomes happen. Why was what I said so funny?
Rick's taking a picture.
So they can see it.
So that he can show them how great they look.
That's a good idea. Thank you for all that you do.
I will close with a similar comment. It is, when you guys all came in, I thought, there it is. That's the backbone. That's what makes everything work. That and our wonderful citizens who get up and go to work every single day and do what it takes to live here, which sometimes is a challenge. And I just want to say thank you to all of you for everything that you do. And also for CAO Tut Hill's leadership in riding the ship and really getting things going. So thank you. I know it's probably makes you go crazy sometimes, but we're grateful. So we will close that. Thank you for the update. We appreciate that. We will now move into closed session. Government Code section, one moment. Council, do we take public comment on each one of these or do we take it as a whole? As a whole. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify. We will be moving into closed session with item F1, Government Code section 54954.5B, real property negotiations, property APN -024-260-007-000. Agency negotiators are Trent Tuthill, Margaret Long, Liz Hamilton, and Jesse Ferguson. Negotiating parties, Dana Ryan. Under negotiations, price and terms of payment. Item F2, Government Code Section 54954.5C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, number of cases 1, case number 23 CV014. Item number F3, Government Code Section 54954.5F, Labor Negotiations, Counties Designated Representatives, Lila Cassis, Margaret Long, and Susie Hawkins, Employees Organization, Skilled Trades Unit, and the Professional Peace Officers Association. Is there any public comment on this item?
Just one. Chair Supervisors Lisa Wright Lewiston. It's looking a lot tighter, which is positive. However, perhaps it was cut off. So I just want to make sure. Item F2, Government Code Section 54954.5C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, number of cases 1, and then it jumps to case number 23 CV014. I want to note for the record that this closed session agenda item is legally insufficient under Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D1. That section requires the agenda, and this is verbatim from the code, to state the title of the litigation. That's missing from your agenda item. The case number alone is not adequate because it doesn't inform the public on what the case actually is. So I just want to point that out because legally insufficient closed session can have consequences down the road if things were to ever be challenged, any of your decisions or outcomes. So I just do want to note that for the record. Thank you.
Is there any further public comment in the room? Seeing none, any online?
I show no raised hands.
Do we need to report out on the last closed session still, or was that done? We're still in open session. We still need to?
You still owe a report out from the January 27th special meeting.
And the direction was given to staff
Direction
on
to
that
staff.
item.
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you. Does council want to address the public comment. Do we need to add that title to this?
I don't believe so.
Okay. All right, we will now close the Board of Supervisors meeting of February 3rd of Trinity County Board of Supervisors, and we will adjourn the open meeting and move into closed session.